Nani Basi looking at me and saying, what about Nigeria? Can we clap for Nigeria? Now I'm seeing Joyce and Kamazi saying, US, the Portuguese. Okay, let's clap for the US. But then Katoto is also saying, what about the DRC? We are your neighbors in Kasese. And that's where General Mali comes from. You clap for DRC. I don't want to have problems. And then there's somebody who is saying, China. China. Do you think we have China today? Can we see people from China? There they are. Now, somebody might think and say, what about the UK? Who's speaking about the UK? Do we have somebody from the UK? I think they will come online, but we also have UK. And many other countries that I have not mentioned. Now, I want to quickly speak about the sponsors that we have that have helped us to make sure that this event is a success. The first partner and sponsor that we have is the Ministry of Trade and Industry. General Mali, thank you so much for partnering with us and supporting us. The government, through its MDAs, ministries and departments, have also been very instrumental in making sure that they support us. I know that Ministry of Agriculture has supported us, Ministry of Foreign Affairs has also supported us, and many others that I may not have mentioned. But I want to first of all speak about the different companies that have supported us. Bulambuli Kwigate Coffee has been very instrumental in supporting this event, and I want to ask you to kindly clap for them. In the same spirit, I want to remind our protocol team to kindly drive everybody in here because our chief guest is arriving anytime soon. I also want to take the opportunity to thank Afrishamba for having supported us this event. Funzo Coffee is another partner who has contributed tremendously to make sure that this event is a success. And I want to ask you all to clap for Funzo Coffee. Kawa Coffees, these ones do value addition and also give us iced coffees. They have been very instrumental in supporting this event, and I want to ask that we may give them a round of applause. Pearl Bank, formerly Post Bank, has also been very kind to us, and in the same spirit, Intracom has also been kind to us. Housing Finance Bank has always been our partner. Agra has also supported us to this event, and we should also give them a round of applause. Trademark Africa, do we have Trademark? Somebody from Trademark? I want to tell you what Trademark did. Somebody from Trademark Africa? I think they will be here anytime, but we should clap for them as well. Bunga Leisure Gardens committed to also supporting us. The Uganda Investment Authority also committed to supporting this event. Where is Bunga? Bunga Leisure Gardens? There they are. We can clap for them and also give them business. So now that I have made an announcement for you, you see me after here. We talk business. Now, the presidential initiative on banana, that is Toke, industrial development on banana, Toke has also contributed handsomely to this event. And these ones do value addition on our matoke. You have seen the packaged matoke in powder form. You have seen the packaged matoke in biscuit form, and I know that this matoke, this powder is gluten-free. Chikobero Coffee, Endiro Coffee, Africa Haven, Arise Collections, UG Exim, our financing arm that helps us to finance orders on with our local manufacturers. Okay, this good man you see has asked me to stand properly so that all of you can see me. His name is David. Now, we want just one exhibitor per stall. If you're an exhibitor, you might be 2 or 3. We just want to have one per stall, one person, so that you can be able to explain to our chief guest what you're exhibiting. I want to ask those that are not exhibitors to kindly stay. Don't go and own somebody's stall and say, this is mine. I know those people are not here. Sheer Care, Naturals, The Age, Jessa, that is saying, start your day, start your adventure. Lamarck Coffee, that is telling us to test the natural flavors. Makarika, and also Fine Spinners, Uganda Limited, that help us to produce fabric and clothing. Elegeyo Marakwet is also here with us, and this is an organic farm. Zara Food Industries has also supported and is also our partner. Equator Chocolate and Igara Tea is also one of the partners that we have today. So ladies and gentlemen, I want to ask you to unanimously clap and thank all those that have supported us. And I want to ask and say that if you did not hear me mention your company, I hold nothing against you at all in my heart. All that I share with you is affection, love, and understanding, and wish that led by Justine Katoto, who has joined us this morning. Thank you for joining us from the DRC. Baujo Basera also came with Justine, just as Zaidi Hirji Hassan. The United States of America is led none other than Dr. Olivier Kamanzi, who has joined us from Chicago. Thank you for joining us this morning. Together with him is Tisley Shakwana, who has also come from the US and is a buyer. Joel Nathan is also from the USA and he's joining us for this event. Leshad McAllen is also joining us. We also want to welcome and say, feel at home, Joyce Kaine, for joining us from Atlanta, the US. Mike Lee is also from the US, and we want to thank him for joining us. We have another guest who has a local name, and he's known as Murefu. He comes all the way from Serbia, and that is Zoran Tomic. Thank you for joining us, Zoran. They have partnered with us in a number of sectors, and they are one of the countries from the Balkan states that take most of our coffee, green bean, and value added. Thank you so much for joining us. They have opened up more than one trade hub. We are going to the 4th trade hub, and we want to thank you so much for partnering with Uganda. I want to also welcome Ivanovic Boban. Thank you for joining us. Happy to see you. Always very receptive to us when we go to Serbia. Thank you for joining us. Stefanovic Filip. Thank you for joining us all the way from Serbia. May you give him a round of applause. Oga, Mr. Anibasi, all the way from Nigeria, and he's our trade rep. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Anibasi. We're really proud of what you have done. I'm very happy to have you today. Idongesit Emma is also coming to us from Nigeria. Similarly, Dr. Nasra Ali is also coming to us from Nigeria. And Mr. Dominic Victor is also joining us from Nigeria. And Ijeoma Momo is also joining us from Nigeria. And South Africa sent us Ntalangiso Fesi Joseph. Let us give them all a round of applause. Now, even though I have introduced these people, allow me show you our trade representatives from different countries. The first meeting, Mr. Justin Katoto, who is here with us. Again, I want to ask you to just wave to the people. Mr. Justin Katoto is our trade rep in the DRC, and he continuously helps us to find market for Ugandan products. He has also found us space and partnership to make sure that we have a Uganda hub in the DRC. Dr. Olivier Kamanzi comes to us from the US, and he's our trade rep in that country. Thank you for joining us. Mr. Victor Zhang is also from China, and he's our trade rep, and we want to thank you for joining us this morning. Mr. Bratislav, who is not here, is represented by Tomic Zoran from Serbia, and we want to say thank you so much. I know that he will be joining us online at some point, and we will also be able to look at the different hubs that we have in the different countries. Mr. Anibasi, again, like I had introduced him earlier on, is our trade rep from Nigeria. Thank you for joining us this morning. We really want to thank you and say, may the good Lord bless you and keep you safe. I just want to find out, especially from the visiting team, on whether you will extend your tickets and stay with us so that you'll be able to look at the different tourism sites that we have and also be able to explore Uganda's beautiful weather and the food that we have today. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to once again welcome you to the Buyers Week and remind you that this will be an annual event that will happen every year, and we will be able to exhibit products, connect vetted Ugandan exporters with international buyers, strengthen Uganda's presence in key global markets, showcase the country's export-ready products, facilitate deal-making, partnerships, and trade agents, but also demonstrate what a country can do when demand increases, and is emphasized often by our chairman, Upasaid. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know if you have internet on your phones, especially those that have just come. Anybody with internet? Our guests? Our international guests? Do you have internet? So I just want you to search something in your search engine. And when you do that, you will have a rare opportunity of seeing that I am asking you to search. So you type I, S, I, A, H. Did you type that? Did anybody type that? Yes? I, S, I, A, H. Can you leave some space? Put some space there. Type K, A, T, U, M, W, A. Can you tell me what you find? Anybody quickly? Who? Who do you find? I just want to hear from the Serbian man. Isaiah Katumwa, jazz musician. Who else has found Isaiah Katumwa? Who else? Just put up your hand properly. We want to see who else has found Isaiah. Have you ever seen Isaiah face to face? The local man in Uganda would say, with your naked eyes. Have you ever seen him with your naked eyes? Who has ever seen him? Do you see a picture that looks like Isaiah Katumwa on the screens? Now that gentleman in blue, who is also looking away, is Isaiah Katumwa, and we have him today. Let us clap for him. Isaiah, thank you for joining us. We're really honored to have you this morning. I am not sure if he will play for us, but I'm sure he's also here as a businessman, because he exports a service, a talent, isn't it? Now, Zoran, on one of our openings of the hubs, you contract the services of, so Katumwa, when we finish the event, I have also announced your business, so we shall talk, and we see if you will also remember me and make for me a song. Let us clap for him. Thank you for joining us, Isaiah. I am happy and pleased to inform you, ladies and gentlemen, that our chief guest is here with us. Her Excellency Major Jessica Alupo, together with General Mbadi, are going through the exhibition stalls, accompanied by the chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development. And I know that in a while we will be able to have them join us, and then we officially have the event begin. We will, at a later time, have panel discussions, and I will quickly take you through the program as we wait for our guests to come in order for us to be able to begin the program officially. This event, we will have an opportunity to have remarks from the chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, we will have an opportunity to meet, connect, and trade. We will also have a message from one of the sponsors, and then we will have an opportunity of having a keynote speech that will be presented by the Secretary General of FCTA, His Excellency Wamkele Mene. The export sector and development will also have a presentation and speech, and it will be by the Minister of Trade and Cooperatives. Again, we intend to have an official welcoming the international buyers. We intend to have an official speech by Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, who is representing His Excellency General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. Immediately after that, we will have a group photo with Her Excellency, and then we will go into lessons that will be learned from the journey of Iced Espresso from Uganda to the USA, and that will be Jail Limited, John Magny, who will present to us. And then the coffee journey in a competitive environment, we will have Funzo Coffee CEO Robert Biaruhanga present to us. Avocados, as Uganda's competitive edge, will be presented by Avoten Limited, and the CEO is Hani Dalan. The value of tourism in export markets will be presented by Adventure Consult, and their CEO is Brian Mukume. The trade representative and buyers from the Democratic Republic of Congo will now come on after that, and the presentation will be by our trade rep, Justin Katoto. The buyers from South Africa and Ethiopia will then also have a conversation with us, and later on we will have a video highlight of Uganda's export journey in 36 months. We will then proceed to more good news of the lunch break, and then after that, when we return, we will have the trade representative and buyer's insight from the USA. The trade representative and buyer's insight from Serbia will also be presented by our trade representative, Bratislav, who will join us online. We will have an opportunity of understanding what Uganda Connect hubs and future expansion plans are available, and this will be done by Brenda, who is our markets in charge. Uganda Connect hubs performance will also be done by our trade representative, Mr. Bratislav. We will then have a recap of the day's event and day 2 review or overview, and then the evening will give us an opportunity to meet and connect. We hope that this will give us an opportunity to have business and also make sure that we keep contacts and also sign partnerships with the different companies. I want to thank you again so much for joining us and saying that it is an honor to have you, and also making sure that all of you are here in safe places, in good spirits, and hopeful that we will have a good day. Thank you so much. I will ask the technicians to play a few of our videos as we wait for our guests to come in from the exhibition. Thank you. The tech team.
This country called Uganda is at the heart. It's 3 hours to Cairo in the north, 3 hours to Cape Town, and 3 hours to Lagos. When you produce in this country of 45, 50 million people, you have a market, as the president told you, of some 300 million Africans who have a common external tariff system.
We belong to this African community of 7 countries, Congo, South Sudan. This has got a population of 300 million people. We are part of the African continental food trade, 1.5 billion people. Now, there will be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years.
Our growth in the last 30 years has been 6 to 7%. And just when we opened from the lockdown, we added $200 million worth of sales. And we think we are going to surpass this once we work with Europe. We're improving standards on food safety. We are making sure that our labs function to prepare the food to bring here, so that we are able to eat organic food that is fully checked. We are looking for partners to expand infrastructure on our lakes. We are looking to set up, hopefully, by beginning of next year. So we're really getting ready for you to make sure when you come to the country, we are able to build this relationship.
okugula ebintu byaffe ebirongosebwamu byonna emwanyi emmere amaliba byonna ebirongosebwa bayinza kubigula. Olwekyo njagala kwebaza abakola omulimu guno ng'abaolwokubwabwogo n'ab'emwanyi n'abamaliba n'ab'amatooke n'okutamulanga madamu webale wakati nekkubo eryawano liyinza kutuusa n'awalala. Olwekyo omukisa guno tumusuuba omukisa guno njagala kwebaza bano bonna nga batuyambyeko webale nnyo webale ddala.
This is Uganda. We have very good coffee from Sironko. All we need is to process it for you and give it to you. $350 million businesses in Africa today are $1 billion worth of sales. This country almost is like a basket in terms of trade, holding Spain, France, Greece, How about understanding the behavior, the tastes and preferences of this intermediating country called Algeria? They are less reliant on oil and gas. They need diversification of products and markets. We're conducting research in Algeria as I speak. I think we started last week. We want to know your tastes and preferences. We want to know what you eat, how you eat it. We are setting up trade representation, so we have 7 trade reps across the world.
Olivier Kamanzi, founder and chairman of Africa Global Chamber of Commerce and the Uganda Trade Representative.
We want to bring Algerians and other people here because we're not just brothers. The brotherhood I showed you of the 60s should be translated into commerce. This has to be a deliberate effort. My commitment is that this day will never come back. The 30th of September 2023, gone in the history of mankind, will never return. I just want us to put it to use with our brothers and sisters from Algeria and ensure that, one, we commit on capital attraction into our companies.
Uganda has been lost in its past.
In the new Africa, one more independent country, the state of Uganda.
And it really needs to create that identity to bring it into the future.
So Uganda brings into the whole global world something very different. We still are so natural. We still are so original in terms of our food.
I would have loved to have had the products that come from Uganda, but we never were given that opportunity.
We set out to fix things which we felt nobody will fix them if we don't.
You have to learn to adapt into that culture. And by doing that, you're going to challenge yourself. And I think that's going to make you a stronger person, a stronger business person.
Today, I think what Mr. Odrick has achieved was to engage America.
I want to prove to myself that no matter what gets thrown at me, I can find a way to get out of it.
African Union has to embrace the African diaspora as a whole.
When you come home, it is quicker for you to find solutions.
Wow, this comes from Uganda? What else comes from Uganda? Uganda needs to give me is an identity to latch onto.
This is just one segment of American society. Today I saw one little segment, you could call it politics or diplomacy, but there are millions of Americans of goodwill.
My Uganda story is so different from everyone else.
Can you imagine that there is a household in Serbia that in 3 months' time will be drinking one of those bag of coffees in their home?
Uganda is moving away from exporting raw commodities to producing finished, value-added products.
Today marks a significant milestone in Uganda's journey towards economic diversification and global market integration, the commencement of our coffee exports to Serbia.
special of these blends is that two of them is 100% Robusta, and our market is going to drink 100% Robusta from Uganda that is roasted in Uganda, that's baked in Uganda, and it's shipped from Uganda. So 100% Ugandan product in Europe market.
The myth that Ugandan coffee does not necessarily meet export standards, I think it's broken. The myth that people say, well, you know, you can't export coffee in a container, it's gonna not have issues with freshness, I think the myth again is broken.
Uganda's coffee exports to Serbia is more than just a commercial transaction. It represents a strategic partnership aimed at sustainable economic development.
The bridge between the market and the supply is really what action government people take and how quickly these actions are taken. So Minister of Trade, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of STI, I thank you for providing that land bridge for this product to get out.
I see what is going on here. I feel happy. Because as a country, for a very long time, we've been grappling with issues of economic imperialism. Issues where we had been
Ladies and gentlemen, I invite you to stand
relegated.
up and welcome our chief guest, Her Excellency Major Jessica Lupo, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. We do welcome you to the Buyers Week. Thank you so much for honoring our invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, in our midst is our chief guest, Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, accompanied by the Minister of State for Trade, General Wilson Buddy, and the Chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development. May we start the anthems. Stay as we are for an opening prayer. I invite you to bow your heads in prayer. Our kind and gracious Father, Lord, we want to thank you for the opportunity. We want to thank you for this day that you have blessed upon us to speak for the country, to speak exports, to speak relations, and also make sure that Uganda exalts in all that it does. We want to thank you for your kindness. In Jesus Christ's name we pray. Amen. You may now take your seats. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. I now want to take the opportunity to invite all those that were in the exhibition area to kindly come and take up your seats. The event has officially begun. Your Excellency, our dear Vice President, I want to welcome you to the Buyers Week event, where our theme is to meet, connect, and trade. The purpose of this week, The Uganda Connect International Buyers Week is a national export promotion platform that was designed to connect vetted Ugandan exports with international buyers, to strengthen Uganda's presence in key global markets, to showcase the country's export-ready products, to facilitate deal-making, partnerships, and trade agreements, to demonstrate what a country can do when demand increases, as emphasized by our chairman often in his speech. The category of people that are here today, Your Excellency, this forum brings together a high-level mix of participants that include over 100 Ugandan exporters and suppliers. It has more than 20 international buyers from the USA, China, UK, Middle East, West Africa, East Africa, and Europe, and many other countries. Within us, Your Excellency, are trade representatives from the USA, and I want to ask that our trade rep does stand for recognition. Our trade rep for the USA is Dr. Olivier Kamanzi. Together with us, Your Excellency, we have our trade rep from the DRC, and that is Mr. Justin Katoto. Your Excellency, and the Honorable Minister, Victor Zhang, is coming to us from China, and he's our trade rep. Mr. Bratislav, our trade rep for Serbia, is represented by Mr. Tomic Zoran. Your Excellency, Mr. Ani Basi is our trade rep from Nigeria and Ghana. We have many other trade reps that have not been able to make it here. We have our trade rep from the UK, Mr. Mark Passy, and many others who will be able to join online. We have had quite a number of sponsors, Your Excellency, that have contributed towards the success of this event, and we thank them and thank God for their lives. I will not take much time, but follow the program to invite one of the sponsors to quickly say a word, and then I will take you through to the next speaker, who will invite the minister and in turn invite our chief guest. Bulambuli Kwigaite, please come and speak to us. This Bulambuli, Your Excellency, deals in coffee, and I hope that they are here already with us. Do we have Bulambuli present? Bulambuli, coffee, please come. Let us clap for Bulambuli as they come. They are representing the sponsors. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Your Excellency, Honorable Ministers, the Senior Presidential Advisor on Special Duties and Chairman PESAID, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Stacey Bainamura, and I bring you warm greetings on behalf of the team of Balambuli Kwigate Coffee. Your Excellency, each year Balambuli Kwigate Coffee makes a contribution to Uganda's Arabica coffee exports, but with the support of PESAID, through its UG Exim facility, we are on course to make a more significant contribution to Uganda's Arabica exports. With orders amounting to more than 5,000 metric tons of Arabica coffee beans to one market alone, that is China, we are set to contribute at least 10% of Uganda's Arabica coffee exports by November 2026. Your Excellency, this would not have been possible without your consistent message on opening new markets, including regional markets, to export Ugandan products. Your message has not only been about opening new markets, but also about sending finished products to those markets other than raw materials. And we have listened attentively to that message. By March 2026, Balambuli Kwigate Coffee is committed to export about 30% of its coffee as roasted beans, focusing on regional markets under the African Continental Free Trade Area Agreement and the East African Community Treaty. Your Excellency, as Balambuli Kwigate is leading the charge to open up a new market for Uganda's Arabica coffee, that is in China, we are encouraged by your message on maximizing Uganda's comparative advantage in agriculture. To this end, we're in the process of acquiring 10,000 acres of high altitude land in the Elgon sub-region to plant Arabica coffee with our Chinese partners, as the sheer demand from the China market alone cannot be met by Uganda's current Arabica volumes of 40,000 to 60,000 metric tons. Your Excellency, as a fully Ugandan-owned company, we remain committed to helping achieve PESAID's patriotic vision of increasing Uganda's export revenue to $6 billion by 2028. Thank you so much.
Another round of applause for Kwigate Coffee. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to have this honor to invite the chairman of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development to come and set the stage. Audrey, now is your time. Another round of applause.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Honorable Jessica Lupo, the Honorable Minister of State for Trade, General Mbadi, the various trade representatives, our friends from several countries that have been able to come as mentioned, the officials of the government of Uganda who work with us regularly, whether it's inspection services or certification from ministries of agriculture who are here, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Trade, the Uganda Investment Authority, and all of you, the buyers, suppliers, our friends, the friends of Uganda, who are spending this week with us in the country, visiting companies, visiting various parts of the country. Welcome, welcome to our country. In one of China's southwestern provinces, there is a small rural region called Guizhou. If some of you have visited that country, Guizhou has steep landscapes. It has hanging bridges. I'm sure the Chinese who are here know what I'm talking about. Very beautiful, stunning sceneries. It is 1,500 kilometers when you leave Shanghai to the west. That part of that country, there is two groups of people that live there that the world does not know much about. They are called, the people called Miao. Miao are famous for silver embroidery. And another group called the Dong, who specialize in wooden architecture. This remote region is known for two important items that drive exports, even if the region is not known. For every 7 music guitars, the guitars we play for music, we produce music, sound, and entertainment. For every 7 music guitars produced anywhere in the world, that small part called Guizhou manufactures 1. For all the guitars in the world, 1 is If you count them, one is manufactured in that region. That region is also the hometown of Motai. If you know the famous drink, the Chinese drink at every ceremony. But this region wasn't like that until recently. In 2012, which is just yesterday, there was encouragement by government that all young people who had moved from that region, the way you see rural-urban migration in our country, that young people who had gone to the coastal cities, so imagine Kampala or Nairobi or Kinshasa, they were encouraged to go back to Gwejo because of expensive accommodation in the city and the pay being low. And they were told when you return, you should start manufacturing hub. And the government wanted high-level manufacturing, but the young people, strangely, playfully, instead carried the skill of making guitars. They created a culture theme park around guitars that sparked huge light manufacturing for exports. In other words, anything can be exported once you let young people play with the talent they have. So today, when we say meet, we started that theme from yesterday when you arrive at the airport. Meet, connect, and trade. When we say that as our theme for 2025, we are asking the world to concentrate on what Ugandan and African young people are doing to find work through entrepreneurship, to innovate, to build capacity, and sell in territories that we have not been selling to, and return knowledge and skill and the unique ability to negotiate patents so that things done outside and imported can be made here and exported. And I say Uganda, but I could say this of all of Africa. This is how our young people will create their own Gwejos in Uganda and in Africa. Why? Because trade and exports are a tool to reverse rural-urban migration, which is fastest in Uganda and in many parts of Africa, so that manufacturing is anchored in regions closer to raw materials. I was very happy when we were going through this exhibition, Your Excellency. You have people based in Nakasongola, in Wobulenzi, in Kabalole, Fort Portal, using the local raw materials to add value there and tell the stories. And that's where we're still a little weak, to tell compelling stories of these products so that people can know these products are wonderful. There are less chemicals, less irrigation here. I am not very proud of it, but there is less fertilizers because we have 2.5 seasons of rain. If you look at our avocados compared with avocados or pineapples worldwide, this is different. Therefore, when 4 years ago we chose to focus on markets so that you stop blind trade, or at least lessen it. You may not finish it, because yesterday we had at the cocktail, a sister of ours was very candid. She said that all she's been told about Uganda is Idi Amin. So you can imagine Idi Amin, who left in 1979, when I was in P4 or P3, still affecting our reputation. But the story is that often those stories can be turned upside down so that people know when they get in contact with us, when we lessen blind trade, when we conduct research, when we build new relationships to get our product stories out, when we worked hard on fixing standards to reduce interceptions of our food products, when we began the food safety body, which is in the offing next year, when we launched the negotiations for logistics and transport rates to get to markets competitively, when we searched for cheaper logistics and transportation rates to get to markets, when we searched for cheaper export credit funding, we were not doing all this just for just. No. We were not just only rooting for trade, but we wanted investments and partnerships too. We were looking for investments in agro and mineral processing sectors so that we can recover after the COVID shutdown effects, so that we can supply our region and beyond. So therefore, this work of 3.5 years, I just want to thank you. I want people to clap for those who have been encouragers on this often lonely journey. Any journey to birth a new way to deal with something will be lonely. And there have been people who have been really, really cheering us on. Don't give up. There's slow processes for getting things done, but don't give up. Or we will wait until you're ready. When you have some resources to open a trade hub, we will wait. So I just want to thank you so much. In these last 3.5 years, Your Excellency, we have raised significant awareness on our export capabilities and the potential the country has, that I'm so now happy that our embassies, which had very limited connection with the market, they now have a marketing budget to speak about the country and what we produce. We thank God that our work is beginning to shine a little light into an area that used to be taken casually. This is because me and a few people like me in our generation, we understood that many of our people often focus on consumption without asking where the foreign exchange that supports our lifestyle comes from. Comes from one entity, one product, one customer at a time, in order for us to grow. So therefore, we are slowly changing this. It is a marathon, but we know it is doable because we've studied other countries that have done this successfully, and we will get there. I thank you, our trade representatives, for working with us and even leading us and directing this effort in your countries where we are not. Private enterprise, when it works very well with the government, it can actually reorder the economy from commodity exports to science-based industries. And a sample is outside, as you can see, many small, young companies that are innovating around products that we have had for many, many years, but they are not on the market, yet they are good products. So I applaud the effort of coming together between the public and private sector to ensure that we can reorient, shift this economy into manufacturing and increase the production because of this partnership on exports. This is why this small committee on exports, and this is not supposed to be our work, but we do it. We've been training and graduating school dropouts who have a natural talent to bring some of their products into commercial and light industrial activity. Why do we do this? We know that our economy was inverted in March 1900 when Uganda lost its sovereignty, and our young people who used to produce plates, cups, boats for fishing, fighting equipment, they were told that that cannot happen anymore, you import products. So when we graduate these often ignored rural men and women and give them degrees and say, you have a degree on how to rear chicken, you have a degree on how to make something out of sesame, we really are proud because we know we are attaching a certificate and a qualification to a talent. Our intent is to push these young people from simple things in urban areas like consumer platforms, apps, software, however good they are, to electricals, pharmaceuticals, and eventually, who knows, aviation and semiconductors. This should not be a preserve of the developed world. We have all the raw materials to make those things. It's just the confidence and stability and consistency to get our young people and to believe in themselves that we can do it here. This will fulfill our country and Africa's future needs. The current export of food is good, but it is just a temporary advantage. We have flexible cost of production, but we know it won't last long because we've seen all countries that have migrated from low-level agriculture to industry. This is not where you grow the economy. We must aim at manufacturing of higher value goods to provide 1 million graduates who we graduate every year, provide them jobs. At PASAID, our next station, which we are now beginning to experiment with, is building aggregation parks. What's an aggregation park? You'll be seeing some agreements signed here today and tomorrow, but it is to say, how can I be quick at getting someone who has ordered vanilla, sesame, coffee, because we've now known that to secure the market is one thing, but to get sustainable, consistent supply is another. So we're thinking of aggregation parks. We're looking for money for it. Why? Because our president and government has done something very, very unprecedented that many young people often don't think about or talk about. Uganda has now taken on what the US government did in 1964 and 65. There used to be a president called Lyndon Johnson, and he had a policy called the Great Society. He kicked off healthcare, education, civil rights reform, and housing. Uganda now is providing, for the first time in its history, $400 million to 3.6 million households to bring them into the money economy and end all forms of poverty. The Ugandans know we call it parish development model. It is a small step. It will lift all the boats because for the first time the common person has a direct payment from the national budget. This money goes to Ruawogo's household, So's household, and say, if you've never held $10, now you have $320. What can you do with chicken, with simsim, with pineapples? It is a very, very significant step. We think it will trigger in the next 3 to 5 years massive agricultural production, which is the reason we must aggregate and process in situ and export these to high value markets. Therefore, this is why we need investment in refrigeration. So I just want to point something. We have gaps in refrigeration. Trucks that take our products to Mombasa, you'll hear tomorrow from one company, have only about 30% of the country's requirement. That's an opportunity. So refrigeration, transportation, drying, storage capacity for grains and perishables, you will hear that there are investment gaps there and there's good money to be made. What we are doing is not new in Uganda. I can think of other countries. China did this in 1998. It was different. They did a housing reform and they provided cheap houses to all urban dwellers, creating a very large property owning class, which now we see the reforms that have been embraced. Those are the leaders that came from that generation. South Africa has done it with the Black Empowerment Program, giving access to education and a new middle class. We too are raising the lowest of the person so that the country can consume more and export more. So today when you see us signing agreements for aggregation of sesame, for example, from northern Uganda, I'm hoping our trade rep from China and Talanta, Timothy Jokene, will be signing here before the VP leaves. You know that we're trying to move in that direction to make the products available and easier. PASAID will be setting up a trade house to facilitate this process moving forward. I'm very pleased to hear that in this buyers group we got to this week, we have people who are knowledgeable on certification of products for particular markets to deal with non-tariff trade barriers. Because we can do all the good we can, but NTBs in the markets we go into really cause us problems. Well, as I said earlier, we are setting up a food safety ombudsman to integrate all agencies that handle chemicals, disinfectants in animal foods, animal health, animal feeds, soil fertilizers, plant health, so that we can ensure the sanctity and quality of inspection of our food and our standards that they are meeting the international requirements. So I ask you, let's work together to train those exporters in these matters before they enter the market. Tomorrow, you will hear our strategy for funding SMEs. SMEs that have been many times asked, do you have a land title? Do you have a marriage certificate before you can get money? I am hoping we can end those on our market. You'll hear the strategy for funding SMEs that export and how invoices are underwritten. I will need feedback from you on how to better this service, especially the Ugandan exporting companies. Our fund now has a new MD who will be speaking here, and we want a very quick turnaround of the decisions. We gave them 21 days from when you get an order to when you get money. So we want to hear how those who have been served, and their number, and those who really have had experience on how this fund works. We expect significant amount of money in the next 1 year from this meeting. It's a small audience, but we're looking at $1 billion from the various deals we're signing over the year to see what we can make. We want to follow through on each of the transactions to the end and multiply the lessons. I began these remarks with an example from a remote part of China. And when I was driving here, I was reading a report of 2023 of suppliers of a phone, an American phone company called Apple. Many of you may have an Apple phone. Apple has 200 suppliers of various components spread over Vietnam, India, America, and China. But of the 200, 156 are in China. And of those 156, 76 are in Shenzhen. How's that? That one country can, even in a trade war, can keep this kind of income coming in. What can we learn as suppliers? That's the moral of the story, of this fact. The lesson is that internal cooperation and coordination of decisions on infrastructure will help customers to keep coming. It matters very much that customers, those of us suppliers, find our country ready to supply them. It is also a lesson in cooperation at Africa Common Market. It is a very big lesson for us Africans to stop splitting small atoms and call them markets. Instead, unite around supporting open borders, removal of visas. Nobody should get a visa coming here. I should not get a visa going to Nigeria or DRC. That's the only way to make enterprises work better. I say this because I know us as exporters and suppliers and business people, when we are organized, we can demand these things and they happen. This Apple story is also a lesson to expand logistics on land, on water, and in the air, so that we can get each other's markets easier, to provide cheaper energy to manufacturers. When we do this, there is no loss, only gains, as you will hear Afrexim Bank tell you tomorrow how much money they have. I think I saw someone from Afrexim Bank. You will hear how much money they have and how so little of it we are using. How much insurance available, how so little of it we are using because of lack of awareness and coordination. This is why I thank the Civil Aviation Authority, CAA, Uganda Airlines, the Free Zones Authority, the Ministry of Trade, the Uganda Investment Authority, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, people who, some of them are our partners, and we've worked together on training and reorienting our people, on providing infrastructure, on expanding markets, opening more locations. You might know, before you landed, we had 350 operators of taxis. As per said, we spent 3 days or 4 days with them. How should a taxi look like? How should a taxi man drive? How should he? The things we take light are very, very important. Hotel operators, now we want to talk to immigration, we want to talk to security, slowly, so that our country really mindset shift on exports, on care happens. So if we work together, if you take, for example, South Africa has 160 million tons of cargo annually on her water bodies. Uganda has 40 to 50,000, just where you are seated on the lake. You see huge room for coordination, cooperation, growth, investment, joint infrastructure investments for the Africa market. So we come to Uganda, but may I speak East Africa and Africa, because when you invest here, our brothers from Ethiopia who are thinking about real estate, agro-processing, whatever we do here, it has market before we can even go beyond our continent. And so these next 2-3 days, what ideas do you have as private sector for us to pursue for the Africa Common Market? Very important for me, because we've spent the last 1 year trying to get into one country, which is one of the largest markets in Africa. We've written, we've made calls, but when the private sector speaks, there is profit, and often us in government listen. So I want to see what ideas you have before we close this session. I thank you for coming to be with us. We can't wait to hear the feedback on food, on people, on roads, and everything you've seen. Please tell us as it is, so that we can improve to serve you better. I want you to thank you, Your Excellency, for this is your second time opening our session, for sparing your precious time in a very, very busy season of the country, but for being very deliberate. When we were walking through, Her Excellency was checking every product, asking questions. That's the attitude we are looking for in the public sector. So I want you to clap for Her Excellency. Thank you for ably representing the President, who is conducting several rallies every day. And thank you, the Honorable Minister, for being here too, General Mbadi. I've been with General Mbadi in Serbia, in UK, South Africa. So I want you to clap for him too. He's our former Chief of Defense Forces, but he's now a tradesman. He understands trade better than many, many, many people. Thank you again, our trade reps, for sparing this week to be here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Excellency, my brother. Excellency, the ambassador of Russia to Uganda cannot be called a brother, but he is. We've met several times on the journey to get coffee into Russia, and I look forward to having a trade hub in St. Petersburg and in Moscow, so that you can taste our coffee directly. Thank you very much. God bless you. You want me to announce this? Okay. I think we have a keynote address, a short keynote address coming on video from the Secretary General of the Africa Common Market, His Excellency Wamukele. Are you ready? Go ahead.
The chairperson of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, honorable ministers, private sector leaders, ladies and gentlemen. It is a pleasure to join you virtually and to make these remarks during this session of the Uganda Connection International Buyers Week. I commend the government of Uganda and the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development for convening this important platform. This demonstrates Uganda's growing commitment to harness the opportunities of the AFCFTA and to deepen its commercial ties with partners across the African continent. I experienced the vibrancy of the private sector in Uganda firsthand when we visited with the private sector, the chambers of commerce, during my last visit to Uganda. The AFCFTA is the most ambitious economic transformation and integration project since the end of colonialism in Africa. It is not just about tariff elimination. It is about building an integrated economy, a single market, about expanding our manufacturing capacity, particularly in value-added production, and it is about strengthening Africa's position in global trade. For countries such as Uganda, the AFCFTA redefines opportunities. The challenge today is no longer distance. It is efficiency, quality, and connectivity to markets. Whilst Uganda's exports are still concentrated within the East African community and to an extent COMESA, trade with other regions of the continent, particularly West Africa, is an opportunity to be explored. I encourage this opportunity to be explored for market and export diversification and for economic growth. Already, we are seeing very encouraging progress. The first shipment of Ugandan coffee, dairy, and pharmaceutical products to Nigeria under AFCFTA preferences indicates that the potential that I alluded to earlier of expansion of markets to other parts of the region outside COMESA and outside of the East African community is indeed becoming a reality. Uganda's strong agricultural base, emerging manufacturing sector, and strategic location make it well placed to serve as an anchor for East Africa's export expansion. To consolidate this progress, I believe 3 actions are required. First, enhancement of investment in value addition, agriculture, and agro-processing industrial activity. Moving from raw exports to processed products to Africa's growing consumer markets. This, of course, is a challenge not just for Uganda. It is a challenge for many countries in Africa. That is why the Assembly of Heads of States and Government has made rapid economic restructuring a priority for the entire African continent. In this regard, as we enhance our value addition capabilities, we must leverage on our partners for investment in our industrial development. These partners include Afreximbank, the African Development Bank, and the Trade and Development Bank of Africa. Second, we must prioritize improving logistics and market connectivity. Efficient transport, warehousing, and cold chain systems are essential to market connectivity and competitiveness. Initiatives such as the new air cargo corridor between Entebbe and Abuja mark a bold step forward in connecting East Africa and West Africa. The establishment of such corridors, supported by multimodal infrastructure and digital trading systems, is vital to the success of the AFCFTA. Third, we must strengthen partnerships and collaboration. The AFCFTA provides the framework for this collaboration to take place. Platforms such as Buyers Week provide the connection linking producers, distributors, investors, and policymakers. By leveraging the AFCFTA instruments such as the Adjustment Fund, which we have established jointly with Afrexim Bank, and also the AFCFTA private sector strategy, which identifies a number of priority sectors, I believe Uganda is well posed, invoking all of these tools, well poised to de-risk investment, finance trade, and facilitate cross-regional trade. This Buyers Week reflects the spirit of the AFCFTA. African countries trading more with one another, creating value, producing value-added products, and building prosperity from within the African continent. By strengthening logistics, promoting value-added production, and building cross-regional partnerships, Uganda and our partners across the East African community are demonstrating what continental economic integration looks like in practice. We stand ready and are committed to partner with Uganda, to partner with the government, to partner with the private sector, to ensure access to the rest of the continent as Uganda expands her reach outside of the East African community. I wish all of you very successful deliberations. I thank you.
Another round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for His Excellency. Thank you so much. We are grateful. Before our dear Minister comes to speak to us, I want to ask that the protocol team does bring forward a table so that our Vice President and Honorable Minister can be able to witness the signing of MOUs between Neo Chains Holding Limited and Talanta Finance Limited. Another MOU that is going to be signed today is between Funzo Coffee and Delta Coffee Works. I now wish to ask that the table be brought forward, and I also want to call different companies that I have invited to come quickly so that Her Excellency the Vice President can witness the signing. Brenda, please facilitate this to move fast. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to remind ourselves of why we are here today, we are here at the Buyers Week event where the theme is to meet, connect, and trade. The purpose of this week, ladies and gentlemen, is aimed at connecting vetted Ugandan exporters with the international buyers, strengthening Uganda's presence in key global markets, showcasing the country's export-ready products, facilitating deal-making, partnerships, and trade agreements. This week is also aimed at demonstrating what a country can do when demand increases, and often this is emphasized by our chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to call upon all those that are supposed to sign the MOU to step forward so that this activity is done quickly and we move on to the other items. I want to take the opportunity, Your Excellency, to introduce to you our General Secretary of the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, Dr. Florence Muranga, who is also the Director General of PBID. They are our partners who produce for us value-added Toke products that are gluten-free, and I can tell you that Toke is in many countries, inclusive the US. We want to thank you, Professor, for joining us this morning. And Your Excellency, she has also been one of the contributors to this event to make sure that it is a success. May we all clap for Professor Reverend Muranga. Thank you so much. We are grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to witness the signing of the MOU between Neo Chains Holding Limited and Talanta Finance. May I ask Talanta to come forward? Talanta? Is Talanta here? Please come. May I also ask ACOF Neo Chains Holding Limited to come forward. Brenda, please alert us where are the other partners. We can see Talanta is here. Talanta, you may take your seat. Your Excellency, ACOF Neo Chains Holding Limited is a Chinese company that is going to take Sim from Uganda to China. And it is 100,000 metric tons for the next 5 years. The Sim company has promised that when they hit 20,000 tons, they will put a processing plant in Gulu, and I think we should also clap for that. And right there, signatures are being appended to the MOUs. We want to thank both companies for witnessing and also building trust amongst themselves. Do we have anybody from UG Exim, our financing arm? Somebody from UG Exim? UG Exim is financing this project. Thank you so much. You may now stand and exchange the MOUs and also shake hands. And if the space allows you, you may turn and raise the MOUs for the people to see that business has begun. Mr. Jokene and Mr. Zhang, you may also turn and show the Vice President the MOUs that have been signed. And there she applauds and says, congratulations and wish you well. UG Exim, please come so that people can see you. These help in underwriting invoices, and they are represented by the Chief Operations Officer, Mr. Alan Agaba. He will later on share his contact, and you may be able to have conversations. The second lot has not yet arrived, Your Excellency, and therefore allow me to take this opportunity to invite General Wilson Mbasu Mbadi to speak to us. And ladies and gentlemen, General Mbadi will in turn invite the Vice President to come and speak to us. Thank you so much, and may we give him a round of applause as he comes to speak to us. Thank you so much, General. We're really honored to have you today. And thank you for being such a strong pillar to PASAID. Thank you.
Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, the Chairman Pasaid, the trade representatives who are here today, and all the buyers attending the International Buyers Week. But how can we have international buyers without sellers? There must be sellers also. Your Excellency, allow me to take this opportunity to thank you for coming to attend this International Buyers Week, but also thank everybody here who has come to witness the opening of the Buyers Week. I am pleased to be here with you to go through today's program, because as the chairman called me, I was in Nairobi attending the sectoral committee meeting on trade, industry, finance, and investment. And as you know, this is a campaign election period. Everybody is out there in the field. I was the one who was nearest. Imagine Nairobi, I was the one who was nearest. So I had to take the next flight and be in Entebbe by morning so that I'm here. That indicates the importance I attach to what Pasaid is doing. I want to commend Pasaid and his team and all the sponsors for organizing this event of meeting, connecting, and trading. Already you see partnerships have already been made, and we have seen one signing. I was told to deliver remarks on Uganda's focus to grow international trade, especially under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area framework. Note that I have not seen you, my friend from Serbia, but I think that's where they wanted me to focus on. Someone else will talk about the other areas, I'm very sure. Your Excellency, as you are all aware, Uganda's vision for international because we seek to broaden and deepen our market for our products and services, to strengthen our competitiveness, and also, as the chair already mentioned, position our country as a regional trade hub, because trade is central in our national development aspirations. In the NDP4, trade has been elevated to a central pillar of Uganda's economic transformation, because the plan identified trade as a key driver of export-led growth, industrialization, job creation, and increased household incomes. All these, the chairman Pasaid talked about them. Under the National Development 4, Uganda's strategic focus is to expand non-traditional exports, reduce trade deficit through value addition, deepen regional market penetration, strengthen standards. Was as the vice president was moving around that supermarket there, I was told they are not stalls. She was asking the questions. Me, I was asking the last one. And the last one was, do you have a UNBS mark, chew mark? Because that's what will make us access those markets. So strengthening standards, certification and compliance with the sanitary, phytosanitary measures, and also enhanced trade facilitation and logistics efficiency. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, closely aligned to the NBP4 is the 10-fold growth strategy where trade plays a catalytic role, because the strategy calls for a 10-fold expansion in export volumes and value, particularly in priority areas which we have coined as the ATMs, as conceived by our dear President of the Republic of Uganda. Now, coming to the African Continental Free Trade Area, this is one of our biggest opportunities to meet our trade development agenda, because this offers us a market of 1.4 billion people and a GDP of $3.4 trillion. Africa Continental Free Trade Area also provides Uganda with unprecedented potential to expand exports, attract investment, and integrate into the continental value chains. As you are aware, before AfCFTA, Uganda was already benefiting greatly from the regional integration in the East African community. And it remains our most important market, accounting for more than half of our formal exports. These regional blocks are not separate from Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Rather, they are building blocks to a fully integrated continental market. And Uganda is therefore leveraging these existing platforms to scale up production, harmonize standards, reduce trade barriers, and encourage cross-border trade and investment to allow seamless movement of goods, services, and people. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area therefore brings on board new markets which are not part of the tripartite referring to the East African Community, SADC and COMESA Free Trade Area, or COMESA if you remove the others, and the East African Community where we have been very, very active. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, you heard there are 100 local companies here, and I'm sure they are in the level of micro, small, and medium, and even large enterprises. the good news with Africa Continental Free Trade Area is that it brings to Uganda about 14 more new markets, especially in West Africa, which includes Nigeria, like the chairman said, with a population of 220 million people. This is, for Uganda, the largest net gain under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Because in North Africa, the new markets include Algeria, Morocco, and Tunisia. And these are high-income African markets with strong demand for coffee, fish, fruits, vegetables, dairy beef products, and services. Also, education, tourism, and logistics. Your Excellency, I would like to report that after we harmonized our standards with their halal standards, our milk now has accessed that market in northern Uganda. So you buyers and sellers get interested. In the Central African part, markets are in Cameroon, Gabon, the Republic of Congo, which we call Congo-Brazzaville, Equatorial Guinea, Chad, the Central African Republic. These markets import heavily, currently, from the EU and Asia due to the weak intra-African interconnections which we need to explore. Uganda has already identified priority products under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Guided Trade Initiative, and these, among others, are coffee, tea, dairy, cereals, fish, iron, steel, sugar, fruits, vegetables, pharmaceuticals. The Uganda Revenue Authority is currently working on the configuration of the Africa Continental Free Trade Area trade regime into their system called ASCUDA to allow full trade within the Africa Continental Free Trade Area arrangement. You can see here you have very few of our traditional three C's and tea, coffee and tea. No copper here, so you can see the diversification. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, therefore, is all in tandem with Uganda's tenfold growth strategy through the ATMs and provides a transformative opportunity for Uganda's agricultural sector by opening duty-free, quota-free access to this continental market of 1.4 billion consumers, enabling Uganda to export those products I mentioned up there competitively. It also boosts opportunities for agro-processing industries in Uganda. So for those coming to invest here, this is good news for you. I saw dried fruits there, fruit pulp, dairy, among others, to supply inputs in regional processors and facilitates Uganda's participation in regional agricultural value chains, such as grains, livestock, and leather, especially with the East and the Horn of Africa, and horticulture. In tourism sector, which is trade in services, with the freer movement of people and reduced visa restrictions, Africa Continental Free Trade Area promotes intra-African travel. Uganda can position itself as a regional hub for eco-tourism, adventure and scenic tourism, even religious tourism. You saw people coming to Namugongo and conferencing areas like this one. Because here we have a potential for multi-destination packages, especially through the East African tourist visa policy. And this is an addition to improving investor confidence in hotel chains, resorts, conference centers, and transport facilities. Thus allowing skills mobility through the simplified movement of professionals and facilitating cross-border exchange of tourism skills, culinary arts, hospitality guides, and event management. Africa Continental Trade Area will also enable Uganda contribute to the minerals development sector in both trade and investment opportunities. Because as you know, Uganda has gold, it has tin, it has tungsten, rare earth. The other day on Sunday, you saw the president breaking ground for what will be the biggest iron factory in the East here, here using our own raw materials. There are also opportunities in the regional mineral value chains as the Africa Continental Free Trade Area encourages beneficiation and processing within the continent, and therefore some of our friends from outside Uganda can get interested in refineries, smelters, and fabrication plants, which aligns with the Uganda's industrialization agenda. The Africa Continental Free Trade Area's investment protocol offers stable rules which attract mining investors for exploration and processing. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, despite the challenges that the chairman mentioned here of market access, obviously due to existing NTBs, inadequate connectivity between our countries, standards harmonization, the logistics and supply chain, availability of affordable financial services, and the digital transformation era and greening requirements. Uganda enters into the continental market with a strong competitive advantages. He mentioned many of them, but for emphasis, you know, we have a very young, educated, and energetic population, which is scalable. We have favorable weather and abundant water resources that support year-round agricultural production. Our location in the heart of Africa gives us access to markets, which I've already mentioned. we have a predictable political stability, environment. Here we have to thank our president for building a formidable force, the Uganda People's Defense Forces, which at one time I commanded, because it has provided a secure environment, a stable environment, which are prerequisites for trade and development. On the financial constraints, the chair talked about it. We have established the export support facility under Invite project, which offers financial support such as grants to eligible manufacturing and export firms to help them become more competitive. The EFS program provides grants that can cover up to 80% of the firm's activity costs and is available through grants for the business development services and financial products like working capital, loan extensions, and invoice payments. You saw a tall gentleman who was standing here. That's because Uganda became a member of the Afrexim Bank Fund for export development in Africa. So he works in the Uganda chapter of the Afrexim Bank. The FEDA's mandate is to provide trade financing and companies involved in intra-African trade, value-added products and exports and manufacturing. And therefore, by being part of FEDA, Ugandan exporters, especially micro, small, and medium enterprises and manufacturers, can get access to development-oriented trade financing to scale up and explore more in Africa and beyond Africa. The other day, I was in Indonesia. Indonesia has a population of 300 million people. And the Minister of Trade there told me that they have 94 million SMEs on a concept of each producing one product and either selling around in the country or exporting. And I realized that that's why our president normally say that SMEs are the backbone of developing economies. So, support to the SMEs is one of the focused areas that Uganda is looking at. Africa Continental Free Trade Area has also adopted the Pan-African Payment and Settlement System as a flagship financial infrastructure that provides real-time settlement, reducing delays that previously took days or weeks. This, we think, will support the operationalization of the African Continental Free Trade Area by enabling instant, secure, and affordable cross-border payments across Africa using local currencies. These days, when you go to the East African community countries around here, with a card. Obviously, it's in Ugandan shillings, but you just swap through it and they deduct their money in their currency from your account. I think this is good for us. I would like also to inform you that plans are underway to establish the Export Insurance Credit Guidance Scheme to be managed by the Uganda Development Bank. This scheme will guarantee up to 75% of loan values for exporters, thus reducing the risk of commercial lenders. Under the scheme's design, exporters would pay a nominal premium of about 0.5% of the loan amount into a fund. Your Excellency, these advantages make Uganda well positioned to participate meaningfully in Africa's emerging regional value chains, from coffee and dairy to grains and all those that we have mentioned, including pharmaceuticals. Our strengths in services, tourism, ICT, education also give us new opportunities in the liberalized African services market. On physical connectivity, leave alone the connect here. We are building roads that connect us to our neighbors. Recently, the President launched the standard gauge railway from the Kenyan border to Kampala first, and is supposed to continue to DRC and then South Sudan. Uganda Airlines has opened routes to West Africa, Nigeria now, Southern Africa, London, Mumbai, the DRC, so that movement is easy. And recently, they partnered with Airlink, which is a Southern African country, Southern African airline, to expand its connectivity to Uganda Airlines customers to book a single ticket from Entebbe to cover 45 destinations. So really, there, our connectivity will improve as the others come underway. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, as we look to the future, Uganda is committed to playing an active role in Africa's trade agenda, particularly under Agenda 2063, and boosting the intra-African trade initiative. We will continue to drive industrialization, promote export diversification, support SMEs to enter regional value chains, and work with our development partners to improve trade logistics and infrastructure. We must also strengthen trade facilitation by improving customs, modernization of borders, digitizing trade processes to reduce the cost and time of doing business. We are enhancing our trade diplomacy through the economic, commercial diplomacy with the Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, so that our missions abroad can better identify opportunities, support exporters, and promote Uganda's reliable trading partner. One of the critical priorities of government is also strengthening our capacity to respond to market access issues, especially those of a policy nature requiring government-to-government negotiations and engagement in real time. This is where we want to commend PASAID, who have been able to get trade representatives in a number of key markets like we are shown here. These private sector-led people could find limitations in the participating in government-to-government engagements of a policy nature. The Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives, working with the PASAID and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, will also be deploying market access specialists, trade attaches, to selected Uganda missions abroad to complement the efforts of the trade representatives. This reform strengthens our commercial diplomacy architecture and ensures Uganda has a strong and professional presence in the key markets. The opportunities before us are enormous, and with Africa Continental Free Trade Area, strong regional markets and strategic direction under NDP4, and the 10-fold growth strategy, Uganda stands ready to unlock new engines of growth, jobs, prosperity, and trade. And I think it is even in the Bible, in Ecclesiastes chapter 11, verse 1, where they say, invest your money in foreign trade, and one of these days you will make a profit. There is my reverend there, I am sure she knows that I have hit the right verse. So I want to encourage you that let's work together as a government, private sector, our development partners, our buyers and exporters. I encourage you to have those very good products, very well packed, get quality marks for them from the UNBS. Your products will get a better market. Your Excellency, I want to wish everybody an International Buyers, happy International Buyers Week. And may I now take this opportunity to invite Your Excellency to talk to your people. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Another round of applause for the Minister of Trade. Honorable Minister, we had unanimously agreed you invite the VP.
China, Ethiopia, and the United States, etc., international buyers and exporters, suppliers, business partners and friends of Uganda, all invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Is it good morning or it's good afternoon? These days, the phones have spoiled us. We no longer carry watches. We depend on the phones, and my phone is a bit far from me. But all the same, we are here and we are on time. First and foremost, allow me to extend to you very warm greetings from His Excellency, General Yoweri Kaguta Museveni and Mama Janet Kataha Museveni. We know that the President was supposed to be our guest this afternoon here, but we also know what is happening in Uganda now. And today morning when he called me, he said, "Are you ready for the Meet, Connect and the Trade?" I said, "Yes, sir." And he said, "Greet those Africans." And then I told him that the people there are global. They are not only Africans. They said, "Greet those human beings." I'm sure that if he had some time, he would have loved to physically be here. But he sent me with a message, which I'm going to read to you. And before I read the message, I thank you for the warm reception you have accorded to me, Chairman, and all the teams who are in the exhibition stalls there. A good interaction we have had so far. I am sincerely humbled. I congratulate you too on your consistent handling of this week annually. And I encourage you to continue with the same pace. I was privileged to be with you last year. Again, I was sent to represent His Excellency, and I am again privileged to be with you this year. And that's why when we were in the stalls, I was even able to identify and remember some of the products which we had in the last exhibition. The business community are a very strong pillar in the development of any country. I also know that with the many of you who are established here in the country, you know that in Uganda, the government, and specifically His Excellency the President, has prioritized economic stability, political stability, military stability, peace and security, so that these businesses continue to thrive, continue to grow without any interruption. And you know that without peace and security, it is very difficult to do any business in any part of the world. So I would like to use the same chance to thank you for the consistent support you have given to government in a way you have done. Because you have not been working, and you are not working in isolation, but you are working closely with government. And I can assure you that government will continue providing the conducive environment to you so that our businesses, our partnerships continue to grow and become stronger and stronger. When I live here, we will be going to the villages, as the Honorable Minister said, to mobilize votes for His Excellency the President. I also have an opponent in my village there. I have one opponent. I am also a candidate for Member of Parliament, but I just have one opponent. But we do get time, Honorable Mbadi, even you, ex-official, to go and mobilize for His Excellency the President. If you can also support us in the way you can, even through prayers. They are very good and very important for us. Let me read the message now of His Excellency the President to you. And it goes as follows. I want to take this opportunity to welcome all of you to Uganda, and specifically to the Connect International Buyers Week under the theme Meet, Connect, Trade. In a special way, I welcome the distinguished participants and all the trade delegations that have come from outside our borders to attend this event in Uganda, the Pearl of Africa. The main focus of this week is to consolidate the efforts aimed at turning interest into actual orders and orders into enduring partnerships that can result in jobs and incomes for our people. Ladies and gentlemen, the Buyers' Week is an opportunity to highlight Uganda's strategic advantage as a gateway to East and Central Africa. We boast of a young and educated workforce, the potential for year-round agricultural production, improved infrastructure, and economic and political stability. What we need are capital, entrepreneurship, and knowledge in order to translate the existing potential into jobs and incomes. Economists tell us that the production process involves 5 factors, i.e., land, that is natural resources, labor, capital, entrepreneurship, and knowledge. Uganda has always had an abundant supply of labor and land. However, we have been short on the other 3 factors, including capital, entrepreneurship, and knowledge. Without capital, entrepreneurship, and knowledge, Uganda's land and labor resources will stay as they have been since the time of Jesus or even before. We need people with capital and the entrepreneurial insight to see opportunities in Uganda. There are investment opportunities in the 4 sectors of commercial, agriculture, industries, services, and ICT. The NRM government has been championing a wealth creation campaign to ensure that all Ugandans join the money economy, i.e., producing either a good or a service for the market. In 1986, when the NRM came to power, more than 90% of our population was engaged in mainly subsistence agriculture. Our wealth creation campaigns have helped to change this bad picture. Today, we have 33% of the Ugandan households in subsistence farming. We are working tirelessly to ensure that all Ugandans join the money economy. This will help to raise the people's purchasing power, since they will have wealth and jobs, and you cannot talk of business if you don't talk of the purchasing power. The purchasing power of all your partners. If you look at the GDP of Africa now, it is approximately $4 trillion. But this is too small. If the GDP per capita of Africa was about $20,000, given that we are now 1.3 billion people in Africa, we would be talking of a GDP of $30 trillion. Why should Africa have a GDP of $4 trillion now, when we are 1.5 billion people? If Africa's GDP per capita went up to $25,000, our GDP would be $45 trillion. And our partners would benefit because we would buy more from them. The agenda of the NRM is to ensure that Uganda attains accelerated growth from the current GDP of US dollars 61 billion to US dollars 500 billion in the shortest possible time. We have been able to create a conducive investment environment in Uganda by ensuring peace and stability across the country. This is fundamental because without peace and stability, individuals, families, and companies cannot produce goods and services. We have also prioritized investment in infrastructure development while maintaining a private sector friendly policy framework. Our exporters are already delivering strong outcomes in key commodities, including coffee, dairy products, gold, and avocado, etc. Uganda's exports in the first half of 2025 totaled to US dollars 5.23 billion. Coffee exports have seen significant recent growth and strong earnings, reflecting Uganda's position as a leading African coffee supplier. The dairy sector has also expanded rapidly, with national milk production reaching 5.4 billion liters by the end of 2024. New markets have opened for processed dairy in Algeria and Nigeria. These numbers demonstrate growth and underscore the need for diversification and value addition. They affirm the need to add value, move up the value chain, and stabilize export earnings. The Presidential Exports Advisory Team has been conducting key awareness initiatives in foreign markets for Uganda food products, establishing trade locations and raising the standard of performance for food and service exporters. The NRM government has stopped the export of raw materials. We have invested in the construction of industrial hubs for processing and value addition. I invite international partners to invest in processing plants, cold chains, packaging facilities, and other export infrastructure. We are strengthening sanitary and phytosanitary systems to ensure compliance with international market requirements. The Entebbe Free Zone Center of Excellence will streamline the export process for fresh produce through artificial intelligence, enhanced inspections, digital traceability, and shared infrastructure. It will also provide training, certification, and value addition services to enhance quality and competitiveness. Uganda is actively expanding trade representation and hubs in target markets to facilitate buyer-seller linkages and logistics. Finally, I urge the international buyers present here today to consider Ugandan suppliers to deliver your orders. I urge our exporters to strive to meet the international standards and packaging for success. To the investors, Uganda is open for partnerships, and I congratulate the team that has just signed the MOU. I thank you all for your kind attention. Mr. Chairman and Minister, this is a message of His Excellency the President to this distinguished audience. And I also wish you a very productive week and enjoy the Pearl of Africa. You may even wish to move outside Kampala, and when you move outside Kampala, you enjoy more. And then when you come back, you summarize, and then you go to the airport. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, again for inviting me to come to interact with this team.
People, another round of applause for Her Excellency. Thank you so much, Your Excellency, for those words that you've given us today. Your Excellency, in our midst today, I wish to introduce and recognize our Russian ambassador, His Excellency Semivilos Vladen. Thank you for joining us, Your Excellency. We also, in our midst, have the ambassador of Ethiopia, Ambassador Imenu. Thank you for joining us. Your Excellency, PASAID has a request that you may allow us have a photo opportunity with you after the anthems have been played. We ask for just 3 photos, one with the PASAID team, another with our visiting delegation, and then the third one with the whole group that will be taken at the stairs. May we all stand and have the national anthem to close. Immediately after the photo opportunity, we have some break tea that will take 15 minutes, and then we will come back to join the program again. Thank you so much. The anthems. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, I have been guided that the first photo with our visiting delegation will happen here. Also, the photo with PASAID will also happen here, and then the group photo of all of us will be at the stairs outside. So allow me now invite the visiting delegation to come here. Protocol will guide on where they can stand. Our guests from China, from Serbia, from the US, from Ethiopia, please come and join the team. Meanwhile, the PASAID team, please get ready and come closer for a photo opportunity with Her Excellency the Vice President. Please come, our visiting delegation, come and stand in front. That is our visiting delegation having a photo opportunity with Her Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Uganda, together with the Minister of State for Trade, the Chairman for the Presidential Advisory Committee on Exports and Industrial Development, and that is, ladies and gentlemen, a photo of our buyers and collaborators in the different markets. I'm sure all of them can shout Uganda. Good. Thank you so much. May we now have the PASAID team please come and join us. The PASAID team will be led by Professor Reverend Muranga. PASAID team, please come quickly, and immediately after this, we will all go out to have a group photo. I have been advised that Reverend Muranga is going to join the chairman to take a photo with the Vice President and ambassadors. Okay, Your Excellencies, thank you for joining us this 26th day of November to witness a milestone of the Buyers Week. May we now have the PASAID team join. Please stand in front of Her Excellency for a group photo. Your Excellency, the young people before you and experienced ones are all those that are serving at PASAID and those that put this event together. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. May we all go to the stairs for a group photo? I want to ask all of us to go out for a group photo. Her Excellency will take a photo with us. Immediately after that, we will come back to pick a cup of tea. Coupons for lunch will be served, and we will take approximately 15 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all go for a group photo at the entrance of this facility. And I want to ask Bwayo to help me lead the team as the Vice President and the Honorable Minister, together with ambassadors, go to take a photo with us. Please, team, let us go and join Her Excellency for the group photo. Please don't leave your phones behind. Group photo, group photo. It would be lovely to also have Shabana in that photo. Let us go for a group photo, please. I encourage you to go and be part of this group photo. PASAID team, please help me with the rest of the people. Thank you.
next 15 years.
This ambitious goal not only underscores our national agricultural potential, but also sets a clear pathway for economic growth and food security within our nation.
The drivers will be agro-industrialization, tourism, minerals, and science and technology.
In all this, we're trying to find off-takers of coffee, of dried nuts, of fruits, of banana flour.
Our question is, how can you help us give back to the economy and actually do it even better?
American companies can invest here, bring climate-smart technology, looking at the region. As has been mentioned, Uganda is like the food basket for the region, so much as it's for export to the US, but you can also export within the region.
We also are doing some product development with Tuki. We believe that the banana flour brings a very nutritional value to the American market, and that's where everybody's going at this point. We're working with Dr. Reverend Professor Florence Marenga on a new product that we're going to be launching here hopefully in a couple months.
This, not only is this Ugandan 100% coffee, we have also developed all of the packaging and all of the elements that we need to produce an export product for that market.
I want to encourage you, don't just export. You must have an export strategy. You shouldn't just wake up here and say, oh, I'm extending macadamia nuts into the US. You must know why. You must see what you will get out of that over 3 to 4 to 5 to 6 years.
Ours is to provide them with avenues within which they can actually invest and also impact the economies back here in Uganda.
We know that the creative sector is not only about entertainment. It's an integral part of economic development, cultural expression, and technological advancement.
We have over 50 languages, and each have got their own rhythms, their own languages, their own food. There's so much we can do.
First, we need to appreciate the opportunity we have as a continent, and then look at what is unique to us as a nation. Uganda, for instance. We are very, very creative people, and we are very, very young people.
Entrepreneurs discover opportunities. When there's productive opportunities in the economy, they'll take advantage of it. When there's not, they'll go to bad things. So most people focus on the crowd versus the influencer. So it is the entrepreneur that gets attracted magnetically to economic opportunity, and then they create a pull from other people in their community. That is what's important about entrepreneurship.
What products should I be exporting to Nigeria? You don't necessarily need to export all your products. You might just decide, like I was flying on Ugandan, and I saw some, I think the hand lotions, the bath in the washrooms is made locally. So you could do something like that, and it's high-end, and it goes into certain stores in Lekki and Abuja, that sort of thing. But you need to know who you're positioning your market.
We made and designed espresso machine labeled Uganda Connect that is going to be, we hope so, established here in Uganda, in Free Zone in Entebbe.
One of the fundamental principles of the NRM is Pan-Africanism. I am therefore glad to hear that the business community in America have worked with their allies in Uganda, in the private and public sector, to conduct the first Pan-African Business Forum in Kampala.
Thank you so much, Audrey. I want to particularly thank him and PASED group for the wonderful job we are doing for our country.
The initiative of PASED, there is no doubt about it that we have fast-tracked what we have done because of them. If ever I had a little problem anywhere, I called the team at PASED, and they gave me who I needed to talk to.
Today, we have signed an LPO. Not actually an MOU, it's an LPO. Because I was just looking at what we are signing, I discovered it was not an MOU, but an LPO. So we're extremely happy of what you are doing.
The reason for this forum is going to be long-term.
We're not going to just focus on what's in the statistics. What's extremely important during these next few days is for the small group that we are seeing seated here, and I say small group deliberately, to take back to the much larger group out there, our potential partners in trade, growing business, what they have seen and experienced from Uganda, but Uganda as a representation of East Africa.
We have space for you in value addition. Currently, we are producing a lot of coffee, producing a lot of cocoa, a lot of tea that needs value addition, meaning we need to set up factories that can process and export to America things that will have added value.
This is just genuinely a situation where we are just normal people, but we have had the support of the giants and the coordination that has gone on within the Uganda government and the government systems to make it work. And in 12 months, I am proud to say that we have signed our contract with Det Imports for the first 3 containers to go to America.
Why do we do all this and more? The market of the US for which we are gathered here today to build bridges is, you might have heard, $18 trillion worth of consumption, annual consumption. That economy imports $3 trillion in products and services. Now, for a developing country like Uganda to succeed, you really have to have presence on this market. When you ignore it, or simply connect with this market based on politics or diplomacy or other areas of partnership that may be important, you miss a very good place to begin mindset change on how to build enterprises.
We see this Pan-African Congress Business Forum as another way of building bridges back home to Africa. This conference is an announcement to the world that Uganda and Africa is open for business, and we welcome all partners of goodwill who seek to do business that benefits both parties equally for the development and advancement of our mutual societies.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you have used this opportunity to network and to also make contacts where you will have better prospects in business.
Business means you produce a good or a service. You produce it efficiently at a comparatively lower price and good quality. But then the next struggle is to sell what you produce. So that's why here in Africa we have to deal with the issue of the market. I am aware of the purchasing power of the black community. It's quite big, and also of their entrepreneurial capacity. So you are most welcome, and I thank you so much.
And I have nothing much more to add apart from thanking you and saying Pasaid is really, 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 really honored for having had you for this session. We will continue to have quite a number of activities for our visitors. They are going to explore Uganda in different areas around Kampala and beyond. We don't want you to go back without seeing this beautiful country.
Everything is changing in Africa. Coffee is tourism. Coffee is grains. Coffee is entertainment. We will put our hand in the future and make some interventions. Understand the market differently. Please establish a trade hub. We have all the resources. We have the money. It's just the will, it's the culture change we require.
Green coffee sourcing. Arabica and Robusta green coffee is sourced directly from farming communities across Uganda. All green coffee received at the facility undergoes a quality assessment analysis in both green coffee preparation and test profile to ensure the coffee meets the export quality market standards.
So now this is our stack for green coffee. So we source our coffees from eastern side of Uganda and central. For the Robusta, we source it in central. For Arabica, in eastern part of Uganda. That's natural Arabica.
Roasting. The green coffee is then poured into the coffee roaster under the supervision of the roast master. Each coffee roasting is made to a specific roast profile or recipe of the export client choice to ensure consistency. This roasting in Uganda or at origin is what we refer to as the value-add process for Uganda coffee, whereby instead of exporting raw green coffee, we are now exporting roasted, ready-to-drink coffee.
So at Gredex Coffee Roastery, we have 2 big machines. So a day we roast 1 ton of coffee. So after roasting, we remove the coffee from the cooling system to food-grade buckets so that it can degas for 24 hours. Then the next day, we have to cap it to ensure the quality.
Quality assessment. The final roasted coffee undergoes a final quality and test analysis to ensure it meets the client's export quality standard.
This is the Great Lakes Coffee Roaster Lab, where we cap coffees from. So after roasting the coffee, we have to first cap the coffee to test the quality before dispatch that order to the customers. So for now, we have been capping the coffee. It's going to Serbia, so which is 100% Robusta coffee in medium dark roast. So when the coffee is not scored 82 and above, so which means that that coffee is not good for the customers to take. So for us, we consider 82 and above.
Export clients have the choice to export their coffee in roasted coffee beans, which means when it arrives at the market, consumers and coffee shops are responsible to grind the coffee into powder format of their choice. Alternatively, the client can choose to have the coffee already ground into powder, ready for retailing at their market. In the case of the Serbian market, we are doing a special fine powder-like grind, which is how they consume their coffee at home.
So now here, we are packing our coffee in 250 grams. So we are packing it in powder, so which is fine grind for the people to use. Even if you don't have coffee equipment at home, just you boil your water, you put like 2 spoons of coffee in the cup, then you pour water, then you drink. It's very easy to use.
Packaging. Export clients have the choice to export in small or big bag sizes. In this case of the Serbian market, the client is taking small 200-gram bags targeting the retail shops for domestic consumption and 1 kilogram big bags, which is mainly used in the hospitality sector, such as Uganda Connect coffee hubs in Serbia. Once all the coffee is ready for export loading, the samples are presented to the Uganda Coffee Development Authority for the third-party quality assessment to ensure it meets export quality standards. Once the coffee is approved, certificates of quality and origin are issued, and the coffee is ready for export loading under the supervision of the various stakeholders. Once the container is sealed, the roasted coffee begins the journey from Uganda to the export markets.
Gentlemen, I want to welcome you to the free zones. This facility, ladies and gentlemen, is a milestone achievement that is designed to enhance and simplify Uganda's export processes for all the exporting farms.
Today marks an important milestone for us because when the European Union did a survey of the country in 2019, they found that there was no EU-grade pack house. When Pasaid informed His Excellency the President offered that they will provide a facility for fresh fruits and vegetables here, and that's one of the reasons we are here today.
The hub will offer training and certification readiness, aggregation, sorting, and packaging services, where we will have the EU-grade pack house
what this facility means to us. It means a lot because when we started this journey, it was very, very difficult. You all seen the short movie that was imitated that what we have done until now, but from this facility is going to be a new beginning because now we have space where to bring the best coffee of Uganda.
Your Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, we want to take this opportunity to welcome you to the Uganda Free Zones Export Facility.
The concept of free zone dates back centuries, originating as a duty-free port where merchants would trade goods without the burden of taxes and all tariffs.
Mr. President, just to refresh your mind, when we began on 16th of March 2022, we presented to you a four-pillar model, a hypothesis, which we said if you allow us to do this, we bring some fresh thinking on how you deal with markets. So this day fulfills one of those insights, which is stop blind trade.
To fully harness the opportunities that the African market presents requires going beyond regulatory integration. With intra-African exports estimated at 16.6% of total exports, unblocking the impediments to intra-African trade provides significant investment opportunities which the Ugandan private sector can partake in.
The first reason we're here is that we commission the first products, specific products, under CFTA going to the market of Nigeria formally and the market of DRC, and these products are based on research we conducted in these 7 countries, working with UNDP and our other allies.
AfriShamba Ventures will focus on marketing, processing, supply chain management, value addition, and compliance.
This facility also allows us to test the trade agreement that General Mbadi re-signed in October in Serbia, because we signed that we would try and push coffee, cocoa, fruits and vegetables into the Serbian market.
Free zones hold an immense potential for Uganda. Located at the heart of Africa, Uganda's strategic position offers access to regional markets such as the East African Community and the Common Market for Eastern and Southern Africa.
Let me thank the United Nations Development Programme for financing the ministry to develop this very important strategy. Similarly, I want to register my appreciation to government ministries, departments and agencies, and the private sector for actively participating in the process of negotiating the FCFTA and development of the National Implementation Strategy.
So we acknowledge the support from PASAID, from different government entities, and we are ready to start.
Mr. President, I want to thank you for supporting sometimes our crazy hypothesis, because we want to adapt to a new, changing, very difficult world that locks us out. We want another export style, and with your support, starting next year, we want to focus on aggregation under industrial park.
I thank His Excellency Tinubu, President of Nigeria, whom I wrote to a week ago, and I wrote him on the matter of this market, along with his government, for allowing us to work together on opening the Nigeria airspace for flights with each other's territories. When we trade with each other in Africa, we build wealth together and create a strategic center for the future of Africa's socio-economic transformation and security.
No, talk to me, my boss.
This export facility
Hello.
commissioning today for coffee roasting, packaging and export, along with fruits, vegetables and flowers, is the first step Many facilities we plan to open in at least 4 corners of the country.
Stand at the lunch is upstairs. And they are going to give you coupons as you exit. As we exit. On the door. No, we are going to have lunch first.
Oh,
yes.
I don't think people are aware. People would have gone to have them.
I know.
6 months ago,
Go
we
to
came
the
here,
exit.
actually 7, on
So do we
December
need one of these
16th.
for lunch?
Yes.
And the president
Oh, you have
broke
VIP,
ground
Aaron has yours.
to create a center of excellence for fruits and
Let me just
vegetables,
announce.
for roasted coffee. What's the most important thing here? That the farmers of avocados, of onions, of
there are other people.
French beans, of all sorts of fruits and vegetables can find a place to aggregate, sort, clean, under the watchful eye of government institutions.
The Ministry of Agriculture, More Industry and Fisheries, in particular the Department of Crop Inspection and Certification, is responsible for sanitary certification of Uganda's agricultural products. Having facilities that will reduce contamination of produce like fresh fruits and vegetables, which is very delicate, is critical in our certification program. So when we see facilities such as this being set up in the private sector, we are delighted and we are mandated to provide.
Let me just make an
services.
announcement. We are currently working with Afishamba Ventures to grow the Ugandan exports from Uganda into Dubai. We're looking to create impact, not just on an international scale, but down to the local farmer where we're sourcing our products and then
Good afternoon,
packaging them in this warehouse.
our dear participants. It's now time for lunch. As you exit the marketplace, somebody will give you a coupon so that we go out for lunch. We're now going for a quick lunch and then we'll come back for the afternoon session.
Uganda produces compliant produce and
As you exit the marketplace, you'll be given a coupon. Please pick a coupon as you go for lunch.
Into the credibility of our country as a sourcing center, and they make us uncompetitive. So I want to appeal to all institutions of government, the ones that certify products here, the ones that regulate, the ones that allow occupational permits here, to make sure that we, on December 16th, 2025, on the anniversary of President being here, that we can report the tonnage sold out of here, the people employed out of here, and the kind of facility that gives credibility to our products. We shouldn't delay any single day, because every delay is loss of jobs for young people, and that's not a luxury we have.
Everything is changing in Africa. Coffee is tourism. Coffee is grains. Coffee is entertainment. We will put our hand.
Opportunities come once. We must see the reality that dawns on Uganda. Africa in 2045 will have 500,000 people living in cities. All these groups of people, it's a lot of business, and Uganda is right at the heart.
I was honored to attend the meeting that was held between the leadership of our both countries. After this meeting that was concluded, I was given directives by the president and by the vice president to make sure that we turn every rock and explore all the opportunities to work and invest in Uganda.
Life is a platform for making promises. Often we don't meet those promises. Make promises to our family, to our institutions, to our countries. But promises are just promises. But there's something higher, it's called a commitment. When you make a commitment, you put structure around your life to ensure that that commitment, come rain, come sunshine, it is fulfilled. And that's what I see between these two heads of state. You came and saw me, I committed to do something, and I'm sending a delegation.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Uganda National Oil Company has a couple of projects, starting off with the current developments in Tilenga and Kingfisher, where we are partnering with Total and Sinok, and we are holding 15% as the state nominee in those projects. Our equity injection into these projects is close to $1 billion US, and from our modeling, for every dollar invested, we bring back 10. So there is all the business imperative for us to invest in these projects.
Uganda has prioritized infrastructure investment, and key among these is the standard gauge railway project, meant to interconnect the region. In Uganda, members, we have 3 routes totaling to about 1,724 kilometers. From our border with Kenya, going northwards, we are looking for investment. That is a route of around 750 kilometers, and that connects us to South Sudan and DR Congo. The routes are very viable. They make business sense, both financially and economically.
We need to know what the export market wants. What type? We all know that Dubai wants a 7-kilogram goat. So give him his 7-kilogram goat. Don't argue. If that's what he wants, gives it to him. Find a way to be able to make it profitable.
We will understand markets with intention. So when we go to UAE, we want to open a trade hub. So we'll show you an example of a simple trade hub we've opened in Southeastern Europe, in Belgrade. Trade hub is not to just say we sell you our products. It's to say we want to connect.
We've got the products. We've got milk, we've got goat, we've got beef, we've got the raw material. What we are lacking in is the investment.
This visit comes here today to assure you and show the seriousness of the UAE government and Abu Dhabi private sector and the UAE private sector.
What makes Uganda valuable? Amongst all the conflict that's going around, we're politically stable. We're a good place for people to come and put money.
We're kind of trying to signal to you that we really like you and we want to do the things you're doing. We want to connect at that level technologically, be intentional on what we do.
We want to unlock the opportunity and see where we can serve the world. We want to partner with you to capitalize on all the resources that you have here.
I'd like to extend a
cordial welcome to each of you to this beautiful nation of Uganda, which is often celebrated as the Pearl of Africa. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, African trade is not new. As early as 425 BC, our Greek historian and geographer Herodotus wrote about African trade across the Sahara, and this dates back as far as 10,000 BC. And here we are, 2023, sitting here in Uganda, talking about Uganda, South Africa Trade and Investment Summit.
A commitment is a commitment, because this commitment has been on for the last 4 or 5 years, but since last year, there's been a drive and passion and insistence that we fulfill what the President of Uganda asked for.
As South Africans, we're well aware of the support the peoples of Uganda gave us during our liberation struggle. And as such, we thank you for being part and parcel of being the midwives of our democratic South Africa.
Kati abannayuganda ebizibu ebyaffe ebyawano ebyokwewayiriza tusooke tubireke, tujja byogerako olulala, naye twogere kubanga tufunye omukisa ogutwala ogufuna abagenyi abagenda okutwala ebyaffe, so nze ndowooza nti tugukozese tuleme kwewayiriza. What I'm saying, our dear brothers and sisters from South Africa, is that we are blessed. We have had an opportunity to meet you. We have been looking for you. God has brought you.
ABSA believes in the potential of Uganda, which has continuously been ranked as one of the fastest growing economies in East Africa and the African continent. We continue to invest in these markets to stimulate economic growth, specifically in crucial sectors of development of the economy.
Uganda already boasts a large number of South African companies, ranging from MTN to ABSA. Two of our top 5 banks in Uganda, Stanbic and ABSA, are South African banks, who collectively have invested over $2.4 billion in this economy.
So at MTN, we believe that business cannot operate in isolation. We only do well when the countries we operate within also are doing well.
The South Africans who have come to join us today, what interests you have in Uganda? What are you looking for that we can show we can match make you, and you make sure that you have value for money?
We come here with a dual purpose: to source raw materials and to sell finished products.
As for Sabo, on behalf of companies for Sabo, we are here to stay, to grow the economies here locally, to be able to impact the economies both socially, economically, in trade and investment.
This summit demonstrates our commitment to foster shared growth, leveraging our expansive footprint and expertise as a diversified financial services group.
Uganda would like to position itself and Uganda Investment Authority as the best destination for all your investment. Our strategic location helps in terms of both markets in the region, but also going up to North Africa following the Nile.
We are 45 million people, and we are members of the East African community. And if you look across the entire COMESA region, where we have a membership, we become 700 million people.
So we're making these changes so that small businesses that we have in Uganda cease to be small. When they meet with you in South Africa or here, they have a conversation of mature people that are able to handle some things.
Why Uganda? The total value of Uganda's exports to South Africa currently stands at $20.7 million, while South Africa's exports to Uganda stand at $187 million. We firmly believe that there exists the potential to grow this significantly in the next decade.
We must stop the middlemen, especially Europe. That's why we have the Africa Free Continental Trade Area that we must promote as Africans. which was signed by our heads of state, because we create jobs or we export jobs to Europe instead of creating jobs here and adding value to our products and creating and trading with one another on the continent.
Look at the markets differently. Don't go to South Africa or to the US, in these places where we've been, without market research, without tastes and preferences, without understanding how people want your product.
Mr. President, allow me first of all start by commending you for creating an conducive environment for Ugandans to live in, but also, most importantly, for business to thrive in our country.
The potential is very big. Countries like this one here have got everything. There's nothing that we don't have here in Uganda. Agriculture, minerals, forest, everything is here. So I'm very glad that now, in our small battle here, we are working together to solve this problem. Because when you say, I have seen all those items there, that will mean more families in Uganda who are outside the money economy will join the money economy. So I want to thank His Excellency Ramaphosa. I want to thank him for remembering and sending you. And I want to thank the High Commissioners for being High Commissioners who are not asleep, because many of the High Commissioners are asleep and they just drink champagne.
Can you imagine that there is a household in Serbia that in 3 months' time will be drinking one of those bag of coffees in their home?
Uganda is moving away from exporting raw commodities to producing finished, value-added products.
Today marks a significant milestone in Uganda's journey towards economic diversification and global market integration, the commencement of our coffee exports to Serbia.
What is special of these blends is that two of them is 100% Robusta, and our market is going to drink 100% Robusta from Uganda, that is roasted in Uganda, it's baked in Uganda, and it's shipped from Uganda. So 100% Ugandan product in Europe market.
The myth that Ugandan coffee does not necessarily meet export standards, I think it's broken. The myth that people say, well, you know, you can't export coffee in a container, it's gonna not have issues with freshness, I think the myth again is broken.
Uganda's coffee exports to Serbia is more than just a commercial transaction. It represents a strategic partnership aimed at sustainable economic development.
The bridge between the market and the supply is really what action government people take and how quickly these actions are taken. So Minister of Trade, Minister of Agriculture, Minister of STI, I thank you for providing that land bridge for this product to get out.
I see what is going on here. I feel happy. Because as a country, for a very long time, we've been grappling with issues of economic imperialism. Issues where we had been completely relegated to being producers of raw materials.
I commend PASAID, led by Chairman Odrek Rabogo, and Mr. Bratislav, our trade representative in Serbia, for working tirelessly to make this possible.
I thank the President for really trusting this model to put language around this work and to rally government to support value add, ready to drink, export Balkans market starting with Serbia.
The challenges are super small, but the reality is they are achievable because we're proving it. And we will continue to load one box at a time until we achieve our goals.
This shipment of roasted and ground coffee beans to Serbia carries more than just the aroma and flavor. It carries the story of Uganda's transformation.
Boris, it's been now about 6 to 9 months of you trying to make sure that you ensure that you get Ugandan coffee in retail outlets and to the final consumer. And what I have seen since morning is retailing, is consumption, and I know that we will see the roastery and other products. So speak to us about the 4 areas of intervention that are needed to control the value chain, get a good price at farm level, but get good visibility and awareness on the market.
Yes, we have a couple of stages, that is 4 stages of the value chain that we need to do it all. The first one is the source of the coffee, right? That's what we have in Uganda, and then we will, when we have a coffee from Uganda, we will roast in Uganda. That is the second stage. So that means that we will have 2 stages that is done in Uganda by Ugandan people.
Right.
That is the 2 stages that will add the value to the product in Uganda. Then we have a couple more stages, that is two more stages that we need to ship to the Serbia, to our stocks, and then we will or grind it here or grind it in Uganda. We will see about that because of the machinery and everything. For the start, what is the possibility to do?
Good.
But then after that, when we pack this product in the bags and in this nice box, the third is the shipping to the markets. When we ship to the markets, we need to expose like this. We need to have a position, secondary position, and everything. And that is the third stage. The final stage is the market, the selling in the market, the final sale of the product. So that is the 4th stage that we need to be in the value chain. And then for that final stage, then we collect the payment, and that is the.
So it takes a long time for you to collect the money.
It takes about 1 year to take the payment, because we have a source, we need to pick coffee, we need to do the coffee in the roastery, we need to roast coffee, we need to pack that roast coffee, we need to ship that coffee to the Serbia.
But you know, us at farm level, we want money instantly.
Yeah, I know, but that's the thing we need to do. We need to deal about that, you know.
So we need to understand how much you take to get paid before us, so that government, banks, institutions can work together to put a firewall for you to be able to first get the money from the market. Huh?
Yeah, that's the thing we need to solve some because it's not fair to have 90% of the risk, you know.
Right.
And then we commit to deal only with one country. If we want to deal with one country, we need to spare some risks and to put to us to be able to fight with the competitors.
Absolutely.
Because that is the only way we can win in this.
So just for you to conclude, I want you to speak about the necessary ecosystem from electricity to transportation to test profiles for you really to make sure Zvanko, who owns this place, is happy and asking for more.
Yeah, because his only concern is that this shelf is going to be full, you know.
That's his concern.
Yeah, that's his concern, because he has customers, and then if it's full,
please come, please speak,
please.
speak.
He will sell more.
Yeah.
But in back of the scene, there is so much of the hard work that we put on. So there is a lot of time and energy, and the ecosystem is so in detail, so micro, that need to be filled, all the things from the sourcing to the roasting, with everything, with power, electricity, and everything. It's very big effort to put in to get this on the shelf, because it's a couple of continents that we need to cross. We need to pick on one. We need to ship to other one. We need to deal with the Red Sea. We need to deal with ports in Europe, and that's all thing we need to do to get this coffee here.
So, I want you to speak briefly about, we watched a short experiment that we are not even planned for. 2-3 women, elder women, have passed here, and no one looked down, no one looked up. They just picked at eye level. Why?
Yeah, because that is the golden rule of the selling. You need to be in the eye level. So the lady before 5 minutes ago, she took some coffee from here because she was shorter than us, and her eye level is here. When you get the taller guy here,
she didn't even look at the price to compare. She just
nothing,
and went away.
That's why those down levels are not so expensive to buy, because nobody looks downstairs. That's why they put the big packages downstairs, because the big ones are selling the less.
More expensively.
Yeah.
They put this at eye level so that you can pick and go.
Yes, of course.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Thank you so much, Boris. And
thank you.
What I have seen outside, Zvanko, who began this in 1991, is it's like a local community committed retailer.
Yeah.
And he has a restaurant outside. We tested domestic coffee, you call it, or Turkish coffee. Tell me how a person like Zvanko helps you to market Uganda coffee at retail outlets.
Yeah, it helps so much, because he's also in the family business of this. And in this town, Svilanets, he's one of the well-known market owners, because it's traditional, it's his family, and he knows how it works and how hard it is. So this is also a family business. So when we sit to speak with people like Zvonko, he understands our problems and our needs, and it's easier to agree with some collaboration, because he knows what is that when you have an employee, when you need to pay them. He knows that he needs to reduce down the payment, because 19 days to 120 days is too much, and that's if everybody else is like Zvonko, it would be much more easier to do. But it's not the case, you know, because the market is full of the corporate people, let's say like that, and they have their own tasks. They don't want to speak with you like a person. They speak like Excel tables and everything, and they're looking just that. And that's why in the market is not so easy, because there is a lot of corporate, not a lot of the relations between people,
Very true.
Hello, we are today in the Botanical Garden. Here is a big marketplace here in the center of Belgrade, and we are here again to represent.
This country called Uganda is at the heart. It's 3 hours to Cairo in the north, 3 hours to Cape Town, and 3 hours to Lagos. When you produce in this country of 45, 50 million people, you have a market, as the president told you, of some 300 million Africans who have a common external tariff system.
We belong to this African community of 7 countries, Congo, South Sudan. This has got a population of 300 million people. We are part of the African continental free trade area. 1.5 billion people. Now, there will be 2.5 billion in the next 30 years.
Our growth in the last 30 years has been 6 to 7%. And just when we opened from the lockdown, we added $200 million worth of sales. And we think we are going to surpass this once we work with you. We're improving standards on food safety. We are making sure that our labs function to prepare the food to bring here so that you are able to eat organic food that is fully checked. We are looking for partners to expand infrastructure on our lakes. We are looking to set up hopefully by beginning of next year. So we're really getting ready for you to make sure when you come to the country, we are able to build this relationship.
Uganda yagala okubategeeza nti tutandise okugulawo enzigi ezibadde zigaddwa kati bano bawano bakkiriza okugula ebintu byaffe ebirongosebwamu byonna emwanyi amaliba byonna ebirongooseddwa bayinza kubigula. Olwekyo njagala kwebaza abakola omulimu guno nga obukulwabwobwo ab'emwanyi n'abamaliba n'ab'amatooke n'okutamulanga mwena mwebale wakati nekkubo lyawano liyinza kutuusa n'awalala. Olwekyo omukisa guno tumusuba omukisa guno. Njagala kwebaza bano bonna batuyambyeko webale nnyo mubale ddala.
This is Uganda. We have very good coffee from Sironko. All we need is to process it for you and give it to you. $350 million businesses in Africa today are $1 billion worth of sales. This country almost is like a basket in terms of trade, holding Spain, France, Greece. How about understanding the behavior, the tastes and preferences of this intermediating country called Algeria? They are less reliant on oil and gas. They need diversification of products and markets. We're conducting research in Algeria as I speak. I think we started last week. We want to know your tastes and preferences. We want to know what you eat, how you eat it. We are setting up trade representation, so we have 7 trade reps across the world.
My name is Olivier Kamanzi. founder and chairman of Africa Global Chamber of Commerce and the Uganda Trade Representative.
We want to bring Algerians and other people here because we're not just brothers. The brotherhood I showed you of the 60s should be translated into commerce. This has to be a deliberate effort. My commitment is that this day will never come back. The 30th of September 2023, gone in the history of mankind, will never return. I just want us to put it to use with our brothers and sisters from Algeria and ensure that, one, we commit on capital attraction into our companies.
Uganda has been lost in its past.
In the new Africa, one more independent country, the state of Uganda.
And it really needs to create that identity to bring it into the future.
So Uganda brings into the whole global world something very different. We still are so natural. We still are so original in terms of food.
I would have loved to have had the products that come from Uganda, but we never were given that opportunity.
We set out to fix things which we felt nobody will fix them if we don't.
You have to learn to adapt into that culture. And by doing that, you're going to challenge yourself. And I think that's going to make you a stronger person, a stronger business person.
Today, I think what Mr. Odrick has achieved was to engage America.
I want to prove to myself that no matter what gets thrown at me, I can find a way to get out of it.
African Union has to embrace the African diaspora as a whole.
When you come home, it is quicker for you to find solutions.
Wow, this comes from Uganda? What else comes from Uganda? Uganda needs to give me is an identity to latch onto.
This is just one segment of American society. Today I saw one little segment, you could call it politics or diplomacy, but there are millions of Americans of goodwill.
My Uganda story is so different from everyone else.
Joel Karboski here with DET Imports. We just finished a wonderful two-day tour of the Tukey facility. It was an amazing trip. I've learned so much on the processing and how it's actually from the farm to the plant how it's processed, all the testing facilities that they have, and how it's shipped out. It's been a great experience. It really helps us to learn about the product and to advertise it, to Americanize it, and so we can sell it properly in the United States. The things that really stood out for me coming here and going to the labs was the very particular procedures that they have set in place, that the Professor Mwenga has created at the Tuki factory. It's very impressive, and you really can't understand it till you actually walk it and see it with your own eyes. All the different components and machines, and to test the fats and the nutrients, which is very important to get our FDA approvals to the United States. So we just wanted to thank Professor Mwenga and all the people behind her to get us here, to keep us safe, and to show us around and educate us on everything that they have to offer.
Overall, the word of the trip was impressed. We were very impressed with their operation they have going there and how much growth they show. And from a marketing side, I got to sit down personally with their marketing team and see what they're currently doing and what their capabilities are, and how we can further those for the U.S. market and target our audience.
Also wanted to add, Pasade's involvement has been very, very helpful, not only aligning us with the right people to do business, so we're not wasting time, has been crucial in this, because all the time that we spend coming here, we want to make sure that everything's in line. And thanks to the Pasade for doing that for us, or we wouldn't be where we are today. We also got to tour the Queen Elizabeth National Park, which was amazing. We got to see some elephants, hippos, baboons, got to go and see all the beautiful lakes, and had the right people around us to educate us on all the history, which was very amazing, and it also helps us to do our business and understand the culture here in Africa, which is so amazing.
While we were here, we went to Queen Elizabeth's National Park. It was beautiful. We got to see so many animals, and overall just had a great time. Got to try some local cuisine, and it was all very impressive. And we wouldn't have been able to navigate without the Pasade. They've been helping us go through and meet suppliers and make sure everything is going well. So overall, the time has been great.
We look forward to doing more business with Tuke in the future. We've got a couple products that we're going to be introducing in 30 days. They're in process that we've been talking to with them and their marketing team that is we'll bring to market. We don't want to say it yet, but it's pretty exciting. So appreciate all the hospitality that they gave us at Tuki, and look forward to next time coming and seeing more.
here represents a much deeper level of cooperation.
Veliko zadovoljstvo što sam ovdje u Ugandi.
Naš gost ovoga jutra, gospodin Bratislav Stojiković, trgovinski predsjednik Ugande za jugoistočnu Evropu. Dobro jutro, dobrodošli.
Srpski narod su uvijek smatrali afričke narode i afričke države bratske, sestrinske.
Chairman Odrik, my dear friends from the Ministry of Trade of the Republic of Serbia, it is my honor to greet you tonight.
We are here to actualize the intent of the two heads of state during their visit of His Excellency Yoweri Kaguta Museveni in Serbia.
I am so pleased that after about 2 years of getting to work with my brother Bratislav, those 24 months are producing something of what I consider is a strategic breakthrough for the relationship between not just Serbia, but the Balkans and Africa.
First of all, I'm happy to be here, to be part of the team that is celebrating the revitalization of our relationship, which was started way back in 1963.
Africa is no longer just Uganda or Kenya or Tanzania. It's a large emerging market with many, many millions of young people.
It is very important that the countries like Serbia and Uganda bring the level of collaboration in the field of education to another level.
Hello everyone, I'm so happy to be here and I'm excited about Serbia and Uganda exchanging cultural musicians and artists in general.
What is interesting when we've been in Uganda and when we spoke, the interesting thing, this is traditional products in Serbia and in the region. So we thought that we can establish together some production in Uganda and in that way to maybe find some way to make a traditional product in Uganda for our African market.
We also want to be inventors in Uganda. What can we invent? I remember that when I came here for one of the meetings, somebody from the Serbian side said, we would like to make you also inventors. So we would like to explore that. I think these are the kind of things Mr. Robogo has already mentioned, because we buy everything, we import everything. We would like to be inventors as well in our country.
So we use our expertise to offer our consultant services in investment field, in the region and all over the world.
Very grateful to be able to stand in front of you, and very proud that we as a company have a chance to present us to you and to be welcoming you to our city. So I hope you do feel welcomed and you do feel fine here.
We have a couple of roasteries here, one in Serbia, one in Croatia, one in Slovenia, and we have a partner roastery in North Macedonia. So all these products you see here is roasted in Uganda, sourced in Uganda, packed in Uganda, and then shipped to Serbia.
Uganda has the best climate in the world. Best temperature in Kampala is around 97 centimeters degrees Celsius all year around. It's in the equator. You can grow almost anything when it comes to agriculture, which is very specific for us coming from Europe. They have even 2-3 harvesting seasons a year. We focused on coffee.
Uganda is saying process your products at home, whether they are minerals, like two great minerals called calcium and rubidium, which are used in satellite technology, which we have in Congo and Uganda. Process them at home. Whether it is lithium, process it at home and share it with the world and leave some value at home. Whether it's coffee, do the same. Number 2, distribute products at retail, wholesale, restaurant, consumer level, and have storage facilities.
We highly appreciate the fact that the Republic of Uganda supports the territorial integrity and sovereignty of the Republic of Serbia, as well as the principles of international law.
I'm convinced that the excellent bilateral cooperation between Serbia and Uganda will be continued and strengthened at all levels, but especially in the field of economy.
We in Serbia still vividly remember the time when Uganda was one of the most important economic partners in Yugoslavia and Africa.
This is our start of our journey in adding value to Uganda, and at the start it was very, very difficult because here or around here nobody believed that it's possible that we can do that, but after 1 year we have really good results, and Ugandan coffee is around us now. We have a Uganda Connect brand that is now well known here. After 1 year it became well known, so I think through that brand we can and through the influencers that was talking today and something like that. After that, the digital Uganda Connect will say something about that, so we can put the Uganda coffee back to the map.
Being here is really valuable to us, so we can expect or hope for to be able to do some things in your country that would be actually amazing for us as a growth, as our personal growth.
The government of Uganda is committed to the endeavor, and we are grateful to the government of the Republic of Serbia for agreeing to revitalize this agreement.
The Republic of Serbia will continue to promote greater cooperation among our countries in the fields of trade, investment, economy, energy, infrastructure, don't forget culture, tourism, and all the areas that we have the same interests. I think we can and we have to do much more in our cooperation to make our trade more balanced, much bigger, with a lot of new investment, and I think this is another one big step.
I want to conclude by thanking President Vučić, who was really kind to receive President Museveni, because these two leaders think alike, and they are holding our regions together, and they have a strong historical connection, and this is not a very common value in the new world, where people want to force leaders to think their thoughts or to please one part of the world. These two leaders They think differently and independently, and they are a blessing to the people of Serbia, the people of Africa. We are profoundly pleased with the hospitality of the last 4 days. We deliver our thanks to you, through you, to President Vučić and Cabinet. Finally, we deliver our invitation to His Excellency President Vučić to visit Uganda in February 2025. I thank you and God bless I came to this market that I have regularly come to. I think this is about the 4th time. And when I arrived here, I think it was about March of 2022. I absolutely had no idea about the levels of coffee consumption. Even other products, they don't drink as much tea, but a lot of coffee and a lot of nuts, a lot of fruits and vegetables. And that night, when I woke up, was come end of winter, beginning of spring, and I saw so many young people on the balcony. I opened the window on the balcony of my room in the center of town. Many young people getting onto the train or getting off, and I noticed that the left hand carried a cup and the right hand carried a cigarette. And when I asked my host later, he said, that left hand is coffee. And in this region, $1 billion worth of coffee consumption happens, the greater Western Balkans. And so we began this long journey on how you take a product from the farm, which is primary production, where prices are low, where certification is not always very good, where soils and fertilizers often not very much available, where information to the common farmer does not percolate. We said, let's work very hard to see if you take a product from the farm level and then you process it and you add value, you deal with issues of packaging. Packaging material is one of the most expensive in Africa because few products are processed. And even when they are, the domestic markets don't really demand a high standard, a global standard. And so because of limited competition, that tends to get poor packaging, high prices of packaging material. And then when you've done processing and you've spent money on electricity, you've spent money on water, you've spent money on high-skilled labor to process a product, who do you sell it to? Because if you don't think about who will buy, then you shouldn't be thinking of what you plant. So we said primary should feed secondary, but we wanted to complete the cycle by doing tertiary to get to the market itself and see how coffee is consumed. If you remember in one of my videos, I went to north of this city, about 100 kilometers, in a town the size of Masaka in Uganda, and I went to retail outlets and I saw women buying what they call Turkish coffee, and they buy at the level of their height. 2-3 women, elder women have passed here, and no one looked down, no one looked up. They just picked at eye level. Why?
Yeah, because that is the golden rule of the selling. You need to be in the eye level. So the lady before 5 minutes ago, she took some coffee from here because she was shorter than us. And her eye level is here. When you get the taller guy here,
she didn't even look at the price to compare.
Because,
she just
nothing.
And went away.
That's why those down levels are not so expensive to buy, because nobody looks downstairs. That's why they put the big packages downstairs, because the big ones are selling the less.
More expensively.
Yeah.
They put this at eye level so that you can pick and go.
Yes, of course.
People buy according to their height, and the packaging has to be bright red, bright colors to attract mothers and housewives who buy these products. I began to understand that unless we combine primary with secondary processing and with the tertiary, our country cannot compete. And so I came yesterday, very excited, to launch the 4th location for Uganda refined products, finished processed coffee from the mountain of Rwenzori in the west and the mountain of Elgon in the east. And we launched our 4th location after doing 112 tests. And they gave us the best 4 tests that the city of Belgrade, the city of Zaječar, and the city of Niš drink. So you have to understand what these various cities drink. We began with the city of Belgrade, where we have 2 locations. We went to the city of Zaječar, and now we are in the city of Niš. This work gives us 3 capabilities as the people of Uganda and the people of Serbia. The first one is that we get Ugandan products to the people who need to consume them, not necessarily those who are simply available. Yes, you may get a good price in DR Congo, a good price in Kenya, and those are good markets. But I have seen people here who take 10 espresso shots a day. Those are very few, and they are in majority. Those are not average. That's like the majority of the population here, a lot of coffee. So this gets our products right where it is needed, and so that we should build capacity at home to supply the consumer in the manner, in the packaging, and at the time that this consumer wants the product. This, completing the cycle which we began in May with loading roasted coffee from Uganda, which really good blends of Arabica and Robusta in various components as the market demanded, as the test profiles demanded. And we want to do that for tea too, we want to do that for cocoa and chocolate. But we've now completed this cycle for coffee. In May we loaded, and now you just saw me offloading and launching the 4th location. This completes one item in our cycle, which is markets. You get to the markets with your eyes open, you do research. The second thing this gives us is that it ends the extraction of value at base and leaving nothing at base. So let me just help you to understand this. I was in a small town south of Spain. It's a small airport, it's a small seaport, but it carried 30,000 vessel calls. 30,000 vessels every year call on this place. And I found a large warehouse where copper cathodes from DR Congo, from Rwanda, from Uganda, because I was asking questions. They said this is where they come from. So I turned around the question. I said, yes, it is important to share value, but copper cathodes could give us more than 99% of the ingredients needed to make copper wires, internet wires, because copper is a good conductor of energy. Why do you have to ship it to southern Spain in order to bring the cables back? Well, the business model of the last 150 years for Africa has been exactly extracting value and taking this value away and leaving very limited to no value at home. So by completing this cycle of coffee from Bulambuli, and having it ready to drink off the shelf and in hotels, this is very, very important. It tells me that our model is working, that people need to know what is good, and it is brought to them in the right packaging, at the right time, with the right distribution, with good customer service. That value can be shared. We don't want to take 100% of the value, leave 50%, buy a kilo of coffee at $10 to $12 in Uganda when it's roasted, from 8 onwards, rather than buying it at $3 or $2, and that doesn't make sense to the farmer, to the transporter, to the person who supplied fertilizers. Buy it at $8 to $10 and sell it at 25. All of us gain. That's number 2 we now achieve with this launching of more locations where we sell direct coffee. The third one is that it allows us investment into this. We call them value chains, but really I prefer calling them primary. You invest in primary production, in secondary, and in tertiary at 3 levels. Because this company, Jugovic, and our trade representative in the Balkans, and the team they work with, went to Kasese, they went to Mityana, they went to Bale, understood how to source coffee, but not to take out green. They worked with us to invest in infrastructure. We gave them a location at Entebbe Cargo Airport, a free zone they're about to occupy, where they can do roasting, assembly of machines to drink coffee, so that domestic coffee consumption goes up. Because Kampala and Wakiso alone have 1,700 restaurants. Imagine if you put a machine in each of those restaurants. How many young people would drink coffee? How many jobs can you create at gas stations if they use those machines? And so the third component this team in Serbia and the Balkans have done for us is to work with us in a strong partnership on how to source, because we support them on sourcing coffee. They bring skill and technology to invest in roasting, to also invest in distribution, and make sure that this knowledge is now embedded in Uganda, because Africa lost many years by being dominated by what we call mercantilist Western governments. They come, they bring you a finished cotton shirt, they take out cotton. Out of that 1 kilo of cotton, they create 10 jobs. You have 0 job, you only grew the cotton. This approach hasn't worked for Africa and many parts of the world. That's partly why you see, even outside Africa, a subcontinent of 660 million people called South America, of 33 countries, $1.7 trillion, but many people don't want to live and work in many of those parts of the South. They want to go up because of this extractive behavior that does not include the common producer, the common processor. So I am very excited about continuing to open on this journey more trade locations, more trade hubs where our products can come. As a matter of fact, I'll be very excited to be opening in my lifetime. If I can hit the 100 unit across the Balkans, it's doable. We would be able now to shift our target from coffee of just $1.5 billion in added extra revenue in value-added, well-packaged, ready-to-drink coffee. This would shift to about $7 to $10 billion in my lifetime. I think it is doable with the right people, with the right solidarity. The right solidarity is where we share value with countries that trust and work with us like Serbia, and with a good team, good boots on the ground. Thank you, and God bless you.
Step into Uganda, the jewel so grand, where opportunities flow in all directions. All over the world, people ask themselves how bright Uganda shines with investment opportunities. Is it manufacturing, tourism, information, technology, or agriculture? Welcome. This is the Pearl of Africa, Uganda. Nestled in the heart of East Africa, Uganda is home to breathtaking landscapes, rich biodiversity, and a vibrant culture. But beyond its natural beauty, Uganda is rapidly emerging as an economic powerhouse. Uganda is a leading destination for foreign direct investment in Africa. Its open economy and dedication to investment support has been endorsed by investors as a winning formula to attract investment, ensure impact, and guarantee profits. Uganda has one of the biggest per capita users of mobile technology and is a hub of tech-driven solutions. A young, skilled and trainable population, the youngest in the world, is pushing the boundaries of technology and entrepreneurship.
We currently employ 200 Ugandans. Company is fully run by Uganda as much as it's owned by them. And we believe it will probably go up by about 20%, 20 to 30% once the production is fully up and running. We invested because we want to participate in Uganda's development. There are many tax incentives that allow an investor to compete and to benefit from investing in Uganda. We thank the government again through UIA's support for transitioning from the importers and now purchasing from us. Right now, about our capacity utilization is about 70% of our current set capacity. And that has led us to now embark on an expansion project which is currently underway, and we are currently slated to complete all that by May. So in May we will have about 1.5 times Uganda's need in terms of capacity for gloves. They supported us by providing confirmatory documentation to our financiers. They put us out there in the international market whenever they are doing their activities.
It is not just startups that are thriving here. Many major players in the tech world have set up shop here. We have seen tremendous growth in the tech industry. Uganda is not just catching up, it's leapfrogging into the future.
It started as a shop, an outlet shop, which was selling phones actually in downtown Kampala. We actually came up with an idea to see that we have a factory. We were provided with about 4 acres of land here at Namambe, where we actually established our factory, the first mobile phone and computer assembling and manufacturing factory here in Uganda. Our production capacity here is 2,500 pieces. We won as the best innovators in the whole world. We actually made a phone which had a thermometer temperature, whereby you could use that same phone to test your body temperature. Those were the days of COVID. With the support from Uganda Investment Authority, they actually established what they call tangible investment or incentives, which have been given to people who want to come and invest here in Uganda. So we have been riding on the availability of those good incentives, which have actually supported us to expand our production and also our goods to most of the African countries. Because
Uganda's dedication to industrialization shines through its thriving manufacturing and agro-processing domains. With ample natural resources and a favorable climate, it stands as an ideal hub for these sectors. The conducive environment further enhances the growth prospects for products like avocados, coffee, pineapples, passion fruit, and watermelon.
We process mangoes from Kitigum or far north, starting from the Rango.
Jambo, Jambo Bwana, habari gani, muzuri sana. The roasted coffee from Uganda arrived. The lab results are perfect. The quality of coffee is perfect. We imported the two blends. One is Robusta Arabica in percentage 60-40 in favor of Robusta, and the other one is 80-20 in favor of Robusta. Both taste profiles were ideal for the market needs of the Balkans, we assumed. Further fine-tuning is always welcome, and thereto we decided to send permanently to Uganda our roaster from Serbia. So although the taste profiles of the two blends are perfect, and the quality of coffee is both legally and taste-wise fantastic, we decided to engage in further fine-tuning of the blends and create the new blends with specialty Arabicas, with other Robusta screens, and therefore we sent permanently to Uganda to be with our Ugandan roasters throughout our experienced local roaster from Serbia that was performing cupping and blend creation on our side. The gentleman arrived to Uganda and is already compiling the new blends together with our Ugandan team for the next batch of roasted top coffee that is coming to Serbia. So in late June 2024, Serbian and Ugandan team performed a study visit to the coffee fields in West Uganda. We visited Kasese, Kihihi, Fort Portal, and Masaka. We visited the Arabica demo plants. We also visited the Robusta plantations, discussed with farmers directly how we can improve the yields using the better quality NPK fertilizer with no pesticide, no chemicals of adverse impact in order to keep the organic level of production, to ensure green forests certification, which is very trendy in Europe now, and the European Union even recently brought a decision that coffee without such a certificate cannot pass to the EU market, as well as socially inclusive initiatives focusing on preventing child labor. So the study was great. We participated in the process from cherry collections to the kiboko, and then drying. Heard the stories about washed Arabicas from the North Uganda, seen the process of natural Arabicas in southwest Uganda and beyond. We also visited the collection points for coffee in Kasese and understood this process and shared the ideas of how good agricultural practices and record keeping can be traced and further improved, even using the IT systems that we are developing for the holistic process from bean to cup, meaning from the field in Kasese until the sortation and processing plants in Kasese, in Tinda, in Kampala, then roasting in the future in the free zone in Entebbe, then sea freight delivery to the European ports, mostly to Thessaloniki, and then keeping the roasted coffee in our customs bonded storage in Niš, and after clearance of customs and tax and getting the phytosanitary lab results, passing it on to the storages around the Balkans, primarily to Belgrade, Serbia, then to Rogatica, Bosnia and Herzegovina, to Bar, Montenegro, and Skopje, North Macedonia in the first iteration, and later on Greece, Turkey, Hungary, Romania, and the other countries of the wider Balkans area. Customs bonded storage in Niš, the international airport in Constantin the Great, is a strategic location. There is a wide highway infrastructure network around it. It is from customs bonded storage in Niš to the seaport of Thessaloniki in Greece that we will be using. It's for a truck 4 hours drive, meaning very quick delivery, particularly considering the fact that ground transport in the Balkans is not a cost to worry about. It's cheap. From customs bonded storage in Niš to our commercial storage in Belgrade, it's 2 hours drive by truck. From Niš to Sofia, the capital of Bulgaria, is also 2 hours drive. From Niš to Skopje, the capital of North Macedonia, is 2 hours drive. From Niš to the Albanian capital of Tirana is 4.5 hours drive. From Niš to the Bosnian capital of Sarajevo is 4.5 hours drive. From Niš to the Hungarian capital of Budapest is 6 hours drive, and to get into Hungary and eventually store the goods for this country within it is only 4 hours drive. From Niš to Timisoara, Romania is another 4.5 hours drive, and then we have Zagreb, Croatia, Ljubljana, Slovenia, and Villach, Austria, where we have a strategic buyer, is also a distance in 7 to 8 hours. Finally, Istanbul, Turkey is 8 hours drive, meaning within a day, once the goods are cleared in the customs bonded storage in Niš, Serbia, within 8 hours, you are reaching all the capitals of the Balkans and beyond of the market that 160 million people approximately live in.
We are very happy that coffee arrived in Serbia, so now we can start our business that we promised. This is all our brands that we are working now, and all these brands are going to be Uganda coffee inside. So we have now 2 of the roasted coffee, 2 profiles that we made in Kampala, and all our journey is packed here. This is 2 varieties of the coffee blends, and those blends that now coming in this packaging is going to be repacked in those ones. So we have these cans. This is a high-class coffee, also this one. So inside we are going to put Ugandan coffee from now, and it's going to be distributed like this in this Uganda Connect. This is a temporary solution for now, and it's going to be replaced with a whole new brand awareness packaging, and these packages are in the, let's say, middle class of the espresso, and also is going to be distributed in the Horeca chain.
When it comes to the Arabic coffee or Greek coffee or domestic coffee or Turkish coffee as it's referred to, we will again go with the 2 brands. One is Moja Kafica, powered by Uganda Connect, the brand that is established on the market, and the other one is Africana, powered by Uganda Connect Arabic coffee. The same principle will apply. Moja Kafica will use the current distribution network, whereas with Africana Arabic coffee will be playing with a new taste profile, focusing on organic clean forests and non-tribal, non-children labor. In order to facilitate this, we did a complete rebranding of our assets, including the vehicles, the storages in Uganda Connect and Ugandan motives, and all the vehicles, both Uganda Connect coffee shops, the big customs bonded storage in Niš, and the commercial customs bonded storage in Belgrade, I fully rebranded in the brands I referred to beforehand, which are finalized, and the process is ongoing with our commercial storages in Montenegro, Bosnia, and North Macedonia. This is the 80-20 taste profile, 80% of Ugandan Robusta and 20% of Premium Arabicas, medium dark rogues. This is already for the client pre-ordered, shipping on Monday. Today being first day, on Monday it goes to be delivered to the client.
So these blends that we made in Kampala, the roasted one that we roasted for Serbian market, it was 2 months on shipment, and now when we open this, we can see that it's still in the great shape, that it's still fresh, it still have a smell nice, so color, and we managed to deliver this freshly, so we can start selling this one like a fresh roasted coffee in Serbia, and it's been totally made 100% in Uganda. This is Ugandan coffee in Serbian market after 2 months of shipment, roasted coffee.
So it was early July 2024 when we decided to perform a study trip to Athens, Greece. The trip was attended by a Ugandan-Serbian team of 5 people. We visited one of the biggest Greek roasters that sells coffee to espresso coffee and capsules to approximately 30% of the Greek Horeca market, meaning to coffee shops and restaurants. The idea was to exchange the lessons learned in terms of making the coffee cups, as well to learn from their past experience of importing Ugandan coffee from Great Lakes directly. It was very valuable. Some of the things that we were yet to see how to treat, we actually received the answers from their past experience. And on top of trainings, learning, exchanging the knowledge, consumer behavior, and similar, we also discussed possibilities of selling roasted Ugandan coffee from Jugovic through Africana and the customs bonded storage in Niš, Serbia, to the Greek clients that would pack the roasted coffee in their existing brands available on the market. It is my great pleasure to be here in Niš at our customs bonded storage for the Ugandan goods at the runway of the International Airport Konstantin the Great in Niš. We are very happy that both the roasted coffee from Uganda, Hakira alcoholic drinks and green coffee arrived safely and is available to be distributed at the Serbian market and other Balkans countries. We invested in facilitating the space to be nice. We built an office space here and a wholesale center next to us, and God bless us and God bless Uganda. The illusion that I had a chance to hear all around Uganda, dominantly communicated by the large multinational brands, that the roasted coffee cannot travel the seas because it will deteriorate, it will lose quality, it will be impacted adversely one or the other way. It failed. It failed because we have a proof of concept that the roasted coffee in Uganda packed very nicely in the silver bags with appropriate access to oxygen, professionally designed, allowed no impact of any external harmful occasion or situation during the sea travel from Kampala to Mombasa, and then from Mombasa to the Adriatic port in Europe, and then to the customs bonded storage. This statement is proven by tasting the coffee in the Uganda Connect hubs, but not only, by tasting the coffee roasted in Uganda in the other customers of ours, including the international brands or large hotels and coffee shops existing in Belgrade, as well by the phytosanitary and laboratory testing results that we achieved and obtained from the Serbian authorities. So from now on, roasted coffee from Uganda can travel by sea freight anywhere in the world on Atmos quality level.
I came to this market that I have regularly come to. I think this is about the 4th time. And when I arrived here, I think it was about March of 2022. I absolutely had no idea about the levels of coffee consumption. Even other products, they don't drink as much tea, but a lot of coffee and a lot of nuts, a lot of fruits and vegetables. And that night, when I woke up, it was come end of winter, beginning of spring, and I saw so many young people on the balcony. I opened the window on the balcony of my room in the center of town. Many young people getting onto the train or getting off, and I noticed that the left hand carried a cup and the right hand carried a cigarette. And when I asked my host later, he said, that left hand is coffee. And in this region, $1 billion worth of coffee consumption happens, the greater Western Balkans. And so we began this long journey on how you take a product from the farm, which is primary production, where prices are low, where certification is not always very good, where soils and fertilizers often not very much available, where information to the common farmer does not percolate. We said, let's work very hard to see if you take a product
Good
from
afternoon.
the farm level and then you process it and you add value. You deal with issues of packaging.
Tech team.
Packaging material is one of the most expensive enough.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like to welcome you back from lunch. I know some of us are still enjoying the meals and others are trying to complete some discussions in the marketplace, but we can't wait any longer. So allow me to start the afternoon session. We have lost a lot of time, apologies for that, but we are going to try and run through our afternoon program very fast. I'll just take you through what we are getting into now. So this afternoon we are getting into now discussing the detail why we are here. We are going to have one of our business people share one of the contracts that were signed last year. So last year, in a very similar fashion that we've had contracts signed, we had two of our companies sign a contract, one from the US and another one from Uganda. And now they have business already in motion. So that is a good story for you to learn in terms of what our direction and purpose has been in the last few years. The next after that, we'll hear just a bit about the coffee in Uganda and how we're trying to ensure that we grow more coffee, but we export a lot more. So we'll have a story, a short presentation. We are going to cut all these presentations very quickly into 5 to 10 minutes so that we rush through the afternoon. I apologize. This is the heart of our discussion, but we have to kind of get it quick throughout. We'll have somebody from Avocado also speak. So he will also tell us quickly about the avocado, and then we'll go into the investment authority. So ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite our next speaker, Mr. John Magne. John, are you able to get here, or can I get your mic there? You can come here. Okay, so John is our exporter here in Uganda, behind the espresso coffee. Kindly help him carry his pack of coffees. You're good. Yes, so John's coffee has hit the US in a big way, and he'll be able to share with us that bit and how he has been able to successfully do this. Then after John, I'll come in and invite somebody else experienced in avocado. So John, you're very welcome. Thank you. Or you want to do it seated? Here.
I'm going to do it here.
Okay.
Right. I can assure you this has got nothing to do with exporting coffee to America. Good afternoon, everybody. What I'm going to talk about is our sort of journey to get to the US market and how we were able to achieve that. Next slide. So I think the first thing we should realize is that the iced espresso product, which we're talking about, is a unique product. It's a patented technology, and it's a global first that we were putting into the market. And these are the sort of the 10 things that we sort of said, we have a product, we can sell this anywhere in the world, we've got a unique product, it's got all these things like a long shelf life, it's got convenience, it's a new innovation. And if we look at the market size, this is a ready-to-drink product. It's called a RTD product. But an RTG product. And the market for RTGs in the States, and this is the reason why we started in the States, is a $23 billion business. Now, there are lots of segments in that market, and obviously, you know, we can't see our market at 23 billion, but we knew that if we were going to roll out a coffee product, we had to go to America. So how do we do it? Next slide. So I think the first thing, and I'm very proud of this, is the amount of support that we received from the Ugandan government and the private sector activities. Sorry. Here we are, ready to drink, no machines. This is the cold version, this is the hot version, and I can assure you, if you haven't tried one of these, you're missing something, and all you need to do is to go to the booth and pick up either a hot or a cold version of our coffee. Right, I'm now ready to go. Okay, so this is the team that we needed within Uganda to develop our ability to export. Without this team, we would not have been able to do anything. You know, PASAID gave us the initial boost to be able to identify the partner in America, and we actually signed that contract at this venue last year with our US importer. So that they are also, I'm not sure Mark is in the room, but Mark is here from DET Imports in the States. And that link between PASAID and DET was the beginning of everything that we needed to do. The first thing is, this was a new company, and I'm very grateful to Uganda Investment Authority, who actually fast-tracked us, establishing the business, establishing our licensing processes, and establishing our business so that we had everything. We also needed to do UMBS, and we went through a process with UMBS, and here's an interesting story. UMBS did not have a standard for a liquid ready-to-drink product. And initially, they wanted us to have it tested under a non-carbonated drink. Luckily, we found a standard, and the UMBS agreed to adopt it. And so we now have our own liquid, ready-to-drink UMBS standard for the iced espresso product. The second thing is that we needed to, because we were exporting, but we were also having to import certain parts of our product, we needed to get clearance from the URA to be effectively licensing under a free zone. And we also needed to originally register, because again, they'd never done it before, but we had to register with the Ministry of Agriculture, formerly the Uganda Coffee Development Authority, to be able to get a license to be able to export not green coffee or roasted coffee, but actually a liquid ready-to-drink product. And the other thing is, and I'm very glad that the Minister is still here, the Ministry of Trade has developed a lot of bilateral agreements around the world. And the one thing I would challenge them today, sir, is I'm still waiting to be cleared to export to India, because under the free trade agreement with India, coffee was exempted. Therefore, it is subject to 100% tax. And therefore, I can't sell into that market. And I believe that with a little bit of tweaking and discussion between the Uganda government and the Indian government, we will be able to export into more than a 1.3, 1.4 billion population market. I'm also very proud to say that if you go and see the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Finance, if you walk into his office today, there is no instant coffee in his office. The only thing he serves in his office is our iced espresso product. So already he is promoting our product to all of the people who come and visit him. And I'm very grateful to him to be a very strong supporter of us. Private Sector Foundation, we're going to work with them on the invite so that we can use it to develop. And the other thing is that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, through their trade missions all over the world, are aware of our product and talking about our product in all the overseas markets. So as you can see, there's a large number of partners that we put together to be able to promote our product. Next slide, please. So we knew we had a market. We knew that the ready-to-drink market in the States was a $23 billion market, and we knew that we had an opportunity there. But what we needed to do is we needed to find out where we fit into that market and what routes to market we would need to do. So with DET as our partner in the States, we were able to do our FDA registration. So we are registered under FDA, they are registered under FDA for our product to go in. The second thing is that we need to sort out packaging and shipping. We had to sort out the product profile, and we had to work on the market development. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. So these are all of the certifications that we had to go through. So we did the UMBS to get our UMBS registration. We went through ISO 9000 because our buyers overseas wanted to be sure that the processes and protocols that we were using were suitable. So we went through the UMBS process. We then went through the ISO 9000 process so that we are now ISO 9000 certified. We went and did the FDA USA certification. And I think one of the things that we learned out of this is the need for the correct nutritional profiles and layout. They changed the design of what was on our sachet completely. We had to put fluid ounces. We had to, instead of milliliters, we had to put ounces and pints or fluid ounces in terms of the registration on, and we had to identify where we fitted into the international HR custom code. And this is an interesting story, is that, as you know, we lost the AGOA registration with the US, but I spent more than half a day going through the US HS code book, and I found one category for a liquid coffee product which was 0 rated. So even though we lost AGOA, we didn't have to pay the 10% import tax. That saved our importers on the cost of the product. However, as you know, Mr. Trump put a blanket tax on products coming from Uganda. So we actually are now in one of the lowest brackets. And the good thing about Mr. Trump and his taxes is that the other countries who are producing coffee have a much higher tax rate than we do. So we know that we can get it into that market with a low tax level. Next slide, please. This is an exercise which you should all go through if you're going to think about shipping around the world. So we knew we had a phenomenal competitive advantage making this product in a coffee-producing country like Uganda, where we had everything. We had Arabicas, we had Robustas, we had washed Arabicas, we had washed Robustas, we had natural Arabicas, we had natural Robustas. So we could make a blend for everybody, but the thing that obviously we're shipping a liquid product. So we actually redesigned the packaging. The original packaging that we were given by our partner from Denmark, I could only get 170,000 sachets into a 20-foot container. And just by working out the configuration and the packaging and changing everything, I took the shipping quantity from 170,000 sachets per container to 230,400 in the same container. And that is a 35% saving on freight. And it meant we can now ship our product for anywhere in the world for between 1 US cent per sachet and 4 US cents per sachet. So we are not only competitive on an FOB basis, we are massively competitive on a global shipping basis. And that is one of our containers. As you can see, it is absolutely perfectly fitting into the container. Even the shipping companies were quite shocked when we showed them the configuration and how we loaded the container. And we got the maximum quantity of coffee just to the top of the container, just to the sides of the container. And you probably can't see from the photograph in the bottom corner, but the configuration of the pallets is actually, it's like this, inside the container. And all that meant we could get the extra quantity. So then we knew we could be competitive on a global basis to ship it all around the world. Next slide, please. Product and packaging. Now, this is something that's very, very interesting. We started with a recipe for the product that we were going to make, which was, had been designed for Northern Europe. And the one thing we have learned in the last 8 to 10 months is that for every market that we are going to, we need to have a coffee profile that meets that market. So we have changed the way we roast, we have changed the blend of coffees we used, we have changed the way we actually package the product. Those boxes up there, the ones you will see on the shelves in the demonstration area, are 12 per sachet, 12 per carton. We've now dropped it to 6 per carton, and this is to hit a price point in the supermarkets and the retailers in the markets we're sending to. So we haven't changed the quantity in a container, we're just putting 24 instead of 12 times 12 in a carton. And we're also now designing the profile. The thing about the American market is that the Americans drink a bigger cup of coffee than we do in Europe and this part of the world. So we've actually made a darker, stronger coffee so that when you put a 40 ml sachet and you dilute it to the size of an American coffee cup, you actually still get a strong coffee flavor in that cup. The other thing is that we now realize also that what we can't do is we can't develop a global iced espresso brand because to launch a brand like this product in a market the size of America, we will probably need tens of millions of dollars in marketing. So we've actually gone the next step where we are going to white label our product. So each of our markets will be allowed to design the packaging and design the flavor profile to be able to meet that market. Next slide. So routes to market. Market development. It's quite interesting that in the States, we're launching the online, so you can actually buy it. And the other thing about the 6-box carton is it fits through the letterbox or fits into the postbox in Europe and in North America. So that's another reason why we wanted to go to that. We're putting into retail, and we're also, we have on test at the moment a bulk product, so that you can, a 3-liter iced espresso, like a wine box. And the wine box means that we will be able to put it into catering, and we'll also be able to put it into bars. So if you want to go into a bar and get an espresso martini, without having an espresso machine in the bar, you can make an espresso martini just by giving yourself a shot from the wine box or the bulk box, and make an espresso martini in less than a minute. Supply chain restrictions, time and money. No doubt about it. One thing that we had to do is, and this was very important, I'm very grateful to the other wing of PASAID, was UGXIM. You know, we have a 60-day supply chain to America, and that is either 60 days of money from our American importer, or it's 60 days money from us. By using the UGXIM finance, we have been able to bring those two together so that our US clients are able to pay on arrival in country, and they have to finance into the retail market. The normal supermarkets there are 90 days or 120 days, so they're still having to do the 90 days or the 120 days, but at least they don't have to do the export from here. Cost of market entry. I think this is the last point which I would urge everybody to consider. What I know now that you cannot do is you cannot make a product here and deliver it to a country and expect it to sell. What you actually have to do is you have to do your market research, you have to work with your partner in that country, and you have to identify what is the product that will sell there, what is the branding, what is the design on the packaging. All these things matter. So it is not a question of making a product here and saying, I can sell this to the world. You need for them to tell you what it is to develop a product. And we are doing that now. We're developing the South African market as a white label product going to a coffee house there. We're developing the East African market on the same principle. We're developing the European market on those principles. And what we know is that we can be way more flexible. And the last point is, originally we were only doing the 2 products. We were only doing the original and the sweet product. But now we're developing the vanilla product, the caramel product, the hazelnut product, and the chocolate product. And the reason why we're doing that is if you talk to the retailers anywhere in the world, they don't want a single product on their shelves. They want to have a variety so that you can have it. So we've actually finished the development of our vanilla product, which is about 60% of the flavored market in America. And we'll work on the other ones after that product's being launched. But I'm very grateful to the support from all of the Uganda government and the private sector players in this market in helping us develop this product. And it's one of those things, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to succeed, you go as a gang. And that gang is all the people behind you who support you. So I thank you to the team and the continuous support that we've had from PASAID and the Uganda government in what we are doing. And just to let you know where we are today, we are tripling the size of our production plant now, and I want, by the end of next year, I hope I'm standing on this platform and telling you that we have taken it to 10 times our current capacity in terms of a product. Because this is a genuine global product which does real added value for Ugandan production. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John.
I'm going to leave them here. I'm going to leave them there.
Ladies and gentlemen, another round of applause for John. I think John has done an amazing job to turn our coffee into a reality in the international markets. I don't know whether you picked the kind of journey they have walked through, because it is quite deep and there are a lot of learnings. It's our own coffee in a pack, but the kind of journey they have taken is quite amazing. In terms of, first of all, the few things that I learned, and I know that when the US team comes up here, they'll be able to speak on a few things, but the way you package, the way you label, the price points, the shipping, and the way you pack your containers, all these, many of the things that we have learned from John. So please engage him. He'll be here for the rest of today. Now, we are really running badly on time. I gave John longer minutes because it's a story that we all want to learn from. Our next speaker, you have 3 minutes. I don't know how you're going to do that. Is Fonzo in the room? Robert, you're here? You're going to summarize your 4 slides into 1 so that we catch up on time. Is that okay? Just give us top line. I'm sorry, but we have to rush.
Thank you, Brenda. I don't know who tried to have me speak after John Magne, because of course John Magne's product is way superior than mine. Mine is the green bean, or the value-added version. My name is Robert Byaruhanga. I am the managing director at Funzo Coffee, but also the head of the Uganda Coffee Federation. And I am glad, Breda, thank you for inviting me. Chairman Odrek, thank you very much. I'm glad to be here. Yeah, our presentation is here. So I'm going to talk today about the journey that we've traveled. Uganda today is, our partners from Ethiopia are here, and yeah, Uganda is Africa's leading exporter of coffee, but also the leading producer today. And unfortunately for our Ethiopian brothers and sisters, we have overtaken you, but I think that's a good thing. Yes, and we also have some of the most distinguished cup profiles in the world. I'm sure you have seen many of them. As Brenda said, let's go faster, please. Over the last decade, we have expanded production again. As I said earlier, this is why we are really becoming #1 in Africa and a big player globally. There is very good collaboration across the value chain. We have here today members from the Ministry of Agriculture. Gordon is here. You can testify to that. So we have right from the producers of seedlings to farmers, to processors, to exporters, and of course to our global partners. This collaboration has strengthened significantly over the last decade. Yeah, the increase in our capacity, in our size, means that yes, predominantly Uganda still exports the green bean, but more importantly, we are reliable. We are a reliable supplier of coffee. We also have the integrity needed in international trade, and we are consistent.
the consistency comes from the fact that our production is increasing. I think currently we are adding about 1 million bags to global production every year. Yes, currently, if you look at the projections coming up right now, next year we are going to be at around 9.3 million. The year after that, 10 million. So, and this is coming mainly from the private sector. Now, this sector supports a lot of people in Uganda. Luckily, we have been going through building a national traceability system, partly in an effort to comply with the European Deforestation Regulation law. So in doing this, we have come to grips with the fact that there is simply too many people involved in coffee production in Uganda. And our current projection is about 4.5 million households. We have so far registered about 1.7 million polygons, and we are pushing. But yeah, the sector does support a lot of people. So let's go to the next slide, please. Yeah, as I said earlier, 1.7 million farms have been mapped, giving us a very firm foundation for our national traceability system, as envisioned in the National Coffee Act. Productivity per tree is rising as well. This is part of the explanation for the increasing production. We have better access to planting materials. Good training is going on across the value chain on post-harvest handling. Our exporting companies continue to innovate and become competitive. As a result of this, I think many of us here know, especially us who are in the business, who are trading, that we are receiving inquiries for coffees from here all the time. We don't have as much coffee as the inquiries that we receive. So Ugandan coffee right now is, I mean, it's super. It's well known around the world. It's very heavily demanded. In Italy, 65 to 70% of their blends is Ugandan coffee in Italy. This is one of the biggest consumers of coffee in Europe. So yeah, so next slide. The challenge we have, of course, is confronting these outdated perceptions and sovereign rating biases. What these do is to put what is currently called a prejudice premium on Africa, on African economies, basically. And it's not fair. It's not fair, for instance, that we have working capital in this country that costs 9 to 12% per annum. Of course, in this regard, I have to thank UG Exim for their bravery in touching these animals something. And it's really, it's bravery. It's bravery to try and provide us with a working capital support that is competitive at a global level and in good amounts. So yeah, so this is something we need to work together on to continue improving and working on. Next slide. Of course, it's challenging. If you look at the landscape in Uganda, especially the midstream chain, the dominant companies are mostly foreign-owned. And this comes from what we spoke about earlier. Local companies can't compete, so yeah, so it becomes a challenge. But Uganda is a low-risk, high-opportunity investment country. So for those of us here who are looking to invest, it's a free market. It's very high return. Today, coffee's returns, green bean is about 17 to 25%. Value-added coffee is from 20 to 30% return on investment. So, and it's a free market. You bring your money in, you take it out. It's really, really a good place to be. So for those looking to invest, this is a good place to be. And we are happy that you are here. Of course, value addition is our next frontier. We are very well aligned. The industry is aligned to His Excellency's vision of adding value at source. And this is happening right now. for many of you who have not had a chance to visit, I think we still have time. You can come and visit us so that you see what is going on around the country. I think we will have an opportunity to visit some factories on the 28th, and I'll be happy to do that. But yeah, our next frontier is really true value addition, from roasted beans to roast and ground and to instant coffee. Yeah, and we are looking to really establish Uganda as the hub for this kind of work, where we are adding value here. Roasting plants, processing facilities, production is already expanding, but if we are producing instant coffee, ready-to-drink products, as my brother John Magne has said earlier, domestic consumption is already very strong. Not as strong as the one in Ethiopia, but really, really strong and growing. Ensuring full supply chain traceability through technology, which we are already doing, through farmer mapping, and strengthening, of course, investor-friendly policy frameworks. We are already very strong on that front through government, and the standards. The standards are also there. Next slide. Industrial parks are being built right now in this country. We have, I think, the ones that I'm familiar with are 2 value addition industrial parks, really, really strong. So yeah, so the momentum is there. We are gaining momentum. Farmers are earning more from quality-driven production. By this, I mean, it's not just talk. Farmers in Uganda today are getting, I think today, right now, the price in Namamve, that's the industrial park, is 14,600 shillings per kilo for a batch that is roughly 85% exportable, which transforms to 17,000 shillings. In dollar terms, that's about $4,600 or $700. The futures price on the international exchange is $4,400 today. So the Ugandan farmer is getting 4,700. The futures price is 4,400. I don't know if we can appreciate what this really means. It means the Ugandan farmer is winning. Is really, really winning. So yeah, but of course, it's progress. It's work in progress, and we want to continue to accelerate this progress. We would like as much power as possible given to UG Exim to keep building on especially the financing environment, and to change the narrative, especially the financing narrative, and to help us put aside these prejudices that we face today globally. Next slide. As Funzo Coffee, I think earlier on, our partner from Canada he came a bit late, so we couldn't sign the MOU, but we have already agreed. We have a contract to sign. We shall do this tomorrow, I think, which is 20% value added. And it's about 10 containers, which we can work on in the next period. 10 containers is about $1.2 million. So that's about 4.5 to 5 billion shillings. It's good money, and it's a good contract, and we are proud of it, and we will be happy for you to witness it tomorrow. Mike Lee is here. Please, Mike, stand up for recognition. Thank you for coming all the way from Vancouver. And yeah, so really, really glad. We are ready. This is work in progress. It's ongoing. We have already been exporting to Mike in Vancouver, Delta Coffee Works. It's just that now we are adding a value-added component, value-added at source. Next slide. Yes, so yeah, next slide. We have already spoken about this. Why should buyers and investors choose Uganda? Of course, next slide. John Magne spoke about this. Our coffee really is world-class. You can only compare Ugandan coffee to the Ethiopian version, the Colombian version, and partly the Kenyan version. The Kenyans get the coffee from the Mount Elgon path, which is where we also are. So we have a world-class coffee. We are reliable. We have the scale. And we have strong government commitment, as you have seen today. A coordinated private sector. As I told you earlier, I head the Coffee Federation, and we partner very well with our regulator, the Ministry of Agriculture, and all the other government agencies. And the business here is sustainable. It's a smallholder model. So a lot of this coffee that you see is grown by small people. 100 trees, 50 trees behind somebody's backyard. When you are moving around the country, sometimes you don't even see the coffee. Why? Because it's a few trees behind each household, each homestead. So this kind of model is very, very reliable, and although it's complex, it's reliable. So yeah. So our message to you is, our partners in this week, move around, seek to partner with us and others, and then we move forward. We are very reliable. So we are ready to supply large volumes consistently. We are ready to meet and exceed your quality specifications. We are ready to co-create value-added coffee solutions. For those of you interested in value addition, we really are very interested in value addition. And this is not just words. The president has put money before us for value-added coffee, for value addition. We are ready to commit on a long-term basis, mutually beneficial contracts. We really are ready for this. And we grow together. We really are ready for this. So yeah, this is our commitment. We are reliable. Excellence is our game, and we partner with you. And I thank you all today for the work already done. Thank you.
A round of applause for Robert. I think you see why it was intentional to bring value add and then the green, so that you see the full story. Coffee, we are ready. So please engage and make sure that you go away with a few orders from here. So our next, so I'm going to rush through this. Hani is going to speak to us about avocado. We have picked specific sectors of our agricultural exports because we know that's where the future for Uganda is. So Annie, please come, take your few minutes, and then we shall have UIA give us their bit in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, because of time, I want us to be able to agree that we will not have all the panels for trade reps today so that we manage time. But we'll vote about that once Annie has spoken on UIA. Then we can agree how to manage the rest of our time. Thank you. Annie, you're welcome.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Good evening.
are no longer able, because of weather conditions, because of water scarcity, to produce more. Uganda, slide please. We are blessed in Uganda. We have beautiful land. We have amazing resources of water. And we have maybe the most beautiful soil and nutrition soil in the world, I can say. Uganda is the place to plant, especially Hass avocado. In Uganda, we have currently around 6 million hectares of arable land that is ready to be planted with all these beautiful high-yield crops. And we have to do it. We have to do it. We have the water, we have the land, we have the soil. And we have the markets for it. And we have a very resilient farmers, smallholder farmers that really can know how to do it well, with a little bit of inputs, with a little bit of support. And we're lucky, I have to say, with all the support from all the government entities. They've been supporting and they understand today, and this is the beautiful about it, they understand the difference between planting maize or planting Hass or cocoa or coffee or vanilla. So gladly, we are in this era, I am in this era where I'm seeing this transition happening really fast. Uganda can definitely be a powerhouse for Hass avocado. We will be. Last year, we as our team became the pioneers by exporting the first ever reefer container from Uganda. As you see, it has been done by Uganda. We did it with the help of Pasid, with the help of Maiv, with the help of all our sponsors and all the people who really supported us in that period. That container over there opened the market for everybody, not only for Hass avocado. Since that container, the total, we've done maybe 7 or 8 containers after that. But again, a lot of exporters are encouraged now to send by containers, which were limited and which was something challenging for everybody to do. We took that challenge and we opened the market. Today, we see a lot of people trying to do pineapples, trying to do other fresh crops with sea freight. Of course, it makes all the difference to send by sea because volumes. We're talking about volumes. We cannot compete if we don't sell in volumes. We cannot compete if we don't consolidate our farmers, consolidate our production, and put it in containers over the board and just ship it out. That's the thing. Today, since then, since we started pushing, and since I put the Hass avocado as my main really produce, I don't talk about anything. Anybody who asks me about any other crops, I tell them, sorry, I'm not that guy. Find someone else. I'm into Hass, and I want to stay into Hass, and I want to develop the Hass to be the real, actually, fresh produce of Uganda to match Michoacan, which is the largest producing district in Mexico, with 1.2 million tons every year. So today, we can do any kind of quantity, any kind of volumes. Today, we have currently about 10,000 acres of Hass planted. I have only 70 acres, but the rest, we have about 10,000 acres. 10,000 acres and acres of Hass can do around 8 tons per year. So we have a lot, and we can do a lot. You're talking about 8 million tons per year. So Uganda is ready. And Uganda can commit and can send premium avocado over to any international market with the sea freighters. Today, the Hass is not only about the exports. Allow me to talk also about the investment behind the Hass. Today, we're investing in reefer trucks to move produce from one place to another as a company now. We're investing in cold chain with collection centers around the country to be able to collect and keep the quality intact until we get them into the pack house and ship them from there. Uganda is still, is still young. it can take a lot of investment. And the investment is rewarding. Again, as I said, 10 years ago, we had only milk and honey. Today, I'm still here, and I added on that avocados. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A round of applause for Hani. Hani is a very passionate exporter. Pardon? It's okay. So he's very passionate about avocado, and his story is very inspiring. So thank you so much for sharing. So the next speaker is going to be UIA. UIA, are you here? Or has he left? Okay. So we are giving you a few minutes. He has very important information for those who want to invest in Uganda. Kindly pay attention, and I hope we'll be able to rush through. I apologize for that.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Brenda. I beg to stand on the protocol already laid, but you'll allow me to first of all thank Mr. Audrey Krabogo, Honorable Minister, to have convened such a wonderful engagement. Let us just give ourselves a few minutes, because this is the most important segment of today, and I'll tell you why. So what we have had in the last few hours is what is in Uganda. We have had the testimonies that are coming from the buyers and the sellers. But what I'm here to do as Uganda Investment Authority, Peter Muramira being my name, and I ask that my colleagues at the back just put up your hand. I can't see you. Please stand quickly. Thank you. Those are the people that we believe in. Please sit down. We don't take human capital very lightly. Of all the things that we have as a country are the people in this country. The people are brilliant, they are energetic, they are youthful, and they are happy. I will also introduce Dr. Anne Nakanwaji. Please stand, representing the Board of Directors at Uganda Investment Authority, to show that how serious, please, a hand clap, please, clap, clap. To show how serious we are. So my presentation is in just 3 parts, because we've had the what is in Uganda, we've had the when, but I want to emphasize a few things around how we are doing it and where we are going. And with that, I would like to draw your attention to the fact that what you had earlier about the ownership that we guarantee, the repatriation of profits, are not common things that you get in other countries. What we have put that slide for is for you to be comfortable that this makes you more competitive. The word here is competitiveness. How do you then position yourself so that you comb all the benefits around as a buyer or as a seller? That there alone will take you a notch higher. The aim today, therefore, is to ensure that we show you how the cost of doing business in Uganda, when you look to the north, south, east, west, why you need to be here longer. You've heard the testimonies here of Hani, of John, of Robert, but many more are in the audience. For example, we have Roofings Uganda, a business. Is he here? Is he still here? Roofings? Very good. And we also have AMA. AMA. Very good. Please stand. I'm all the way from Masindi. Those are doing macadamia nuts. Macadamia nuts, I'm sure you know that it's not a very simple G-nut. It's a very high level of nut that is only made here. So what we are thriving now on, in terms of the country that wants to partner with you, is a steady GDP growth rate. We have been awarded all those awards globally because of certain things, but mostly because of these testimonies you've had. So now I'll quickly move on to what are we doing to ensure that we retain this good name. What the President has emphasized and what we are here to discuss is to ensure that there is wide variety of investment opportunities so that you plug in as you grow your businesses, as you become steady in buying and selling. You will need opportunities where you can diversify or plug more investment. Yes, there is an opportunity to repatriate for the foreigners, but for the locals and for those that are willing to stay here longer, I am here to show you which opportunities there are, what incentives we are putting in place, and I will end briefly touching on the services that we offer you so that you have overall a very good experience while you're in Uganda. So let's look at the opportunities. Quickly, we have already heard from the previous speakers that what is urgent right now is processing equipment, facilities around refrigeration, transport, drying, storage. I'll not go into detail in the interest of time, but this presentation is available for you. Next, we do have opportunities in different sectors. Next. And I want you to come with me as I move so that I come quickly to the end of this slide. Go straight to industrialization so that we can show you what is being done. Thank you. It also helps to have someone who's alert at the back. So now we are moving very quickly. So we have combed through the whole country. This is the image that I want you to picture in your mind, that by the year 2040, His Excellency the President has invested time, resources, and people to ensure that we have very ready industrial parks to absorb the value chains specific to uplift production so that the international market can be met, and all the infrastructure around primary production, secondary production, tertiary production, as you've heard earlier on, is being set in order, and we are working very closely in collaboration to ensure that we are also not left behind. So as the convening power, Uganda Investment Authority, through the code that we have, which is online, it is the only entity that gives you and me the work to do in terms of making sure that businesses are ready. So as our friends and as our partners, we are going to ensure that, just go back a little bit, your company registration will be done very quickly. Your investment license will be done in 48 hours. There is a land application, there is a steady land allocation process, and we don't stop at that. We ensure that we monitor and evaluate so that we don't leave you alone. We make sure that we grow with you. And the experience that I spoke earlier on ensures that you are here for a long term, not for a short term. And then we are addressing your policy issues, we are addressing your specific value chain issues that we make sure that you uplift your production. That is what we are doing so far in terms of industrial park. We have the government-managed industrial parks, but we also have the private sector industrial parks. So, sorry, go back a little bit. I want you to just draw your attention to the number of industrial parks that are operational. Point of correction, Robert, they are not two. I invite you to come for a trip around, and I'll show you that actually the functional ones are up there, and unfortunately, these are all full and are working. So all those acres are full, but I am here to give you hope. Let's go to the next slide. Masindi, we have agricultural industrial parks. So we have dedicated land that we have said, okay, for the value chain, for specific crops, let us put them together, let them benefit from the linkages so that they can be able to have a very good experience in terms of logistics. They can share experiences, standards, so that all the ecosystem for that value chain is in one place. Next slide. We have, therefore, the mandate to ensure that every part of the country, all corners of the country, where there is production, where there is something coming out in terms of a production item going to the market, we put an industrial park. So far that's the color. We have plans to cater for Masaka, Ruwero, Kabale, Kisoro, and I will tell you that by this time, 2040, the aim is to have over 25 other industrial parks that are functional. But I'll tell you where the challenge next is. Before I go to that, here is a slide that tells you what we are working at in terms of a land bank. So we have combed the whole country to ensure that we have land for those businesses that are ready to do work. This land that you see there is available to those that are willing to plug in. We are working with the local authorities. We are working with the commercial officers to continue to increase the acreage so that we then start now the process of gazetting the land, developing the infrastructure, horizontal and vertical, to ensure that they are operational and they are ready for uptake. Next slide. So for example, Namamve, we have opportunities ready to absorb that kind of investment. $600 million, 23 for East African Medical, and another 23 for sheet glass. Let's go. I did mention that we have a backup of very many services that we ensure that we are not leaving you alone there. We partner with you, please next slide, to ensure that you are served from the point of entry until you see the production increase. Next slide. Here are the incentives, and next slide, please. I've put them in a better slide here. It's better explained because it looks at the agriculture, manufacturing, tourism. If you look quickly with me on the middle slide, tax incentives, look, we have tax and non-tax. So we are able to ensure that you're benefiting. What I invite you to do is to ensure that you're reading what is entitled to you in the tax booklet from URA. The URA team is here, and you are ensuring that you are leveraging on these incentives to ensure that you are maximizing on each and every one. Look at mineral, for example. Let's go back. Mineral alone, you have duty remission 0 rating for inputs used in mineral export processing. So when you have that kind of incentive, it unlocks your investment and you're able to have a saving which you can then put in the next value chain. I will not touch oil and gas now, but we'll go quickly move into the one-stop center as I conclude. In the interest of time, next slide. So Uganda Investment Authority is also a one-stop shop. With the wisdom of the president, we are now under the Business Facilitation Center with all those other government agencies working together with PASAID, with the work and the achievements that have been registered to rapidly open up the economy. We are working diligently to ensure that all those services are digitally available. So we are working on access, we are working on cost, and we are working on ensuring that the private sector, and the private sector both here and abroad, are having an experience that is dependable, that is consistent, and it is over the long term. I invite you, ladies and gentlemen, before I leave here, to take interest in the sector of tourism, where there are many opportunities. I did not go that deep in there, where we are aiming to ensure that our tourism offering is now targeting the high end. Because as I can see in the room, you deserve comfort like we have here, so that when you even go outside this country, outside Kampala, you really have the same experience. The Vice President invited you to travel outside the Kampala. I expect the roads to be good, and also I would want to hope that you have a good experience like you've had at Speak, with the same omelette, with the same quality of service, and I want to invite all of you to take interest so that we invest in high-end tourism so that your families can come, your business associates can come and stay a very long time, and together we shall build the Uganda and the Africa we want to see. I thank you. I thank you very much for listening to me.
Another round of applause for Uganda Investment Authority. Thank you so much for highlighting very key areas of investment in Uganda. I think he spoke about industrial parks, which many of you have been asking about. So our investors, that's the gentleman that you should reach out to get more details. So now we are getting into a session where we're going to have our buyers speak to us. How many of you would like to hear from the buyers? Good. So I'd like us to vote. How many of you are ready to stay here until 7 o'clock? The hands have gone down. Okay, so we have about 4 or 5 markets that we would want to listen to, but we can only agree either to stay here until 7 or to reduce it and move a few of them to tomorrow. So what are we saying? Tomorrow. So we have Nigeria, we have DRC, which are supposed to be speaking now. We have USA. So what do we do? I'd like to make a suggestion that you allow me invite 2 of the trade reps, and then tomorrow we shall listen to the rest. What do you think? Yeah? Okay, so I'm just going to give a bit of a background about the trade reps, and I would like to ask our team to set up for the panels. We're going to have the 2 panels, the Nigeria panel and then the DRC. It will be short. We won't take too long because we know you're already in discussion with them in terms of business. But you need to know the people you're getting into business with. So let me give a short background about what PASAID has been doing in the space. Sorry about that. I had 2 mics. Honorable Minister, our distinguished guests, allow me now just to speak about the markets and communications pillar in PASAID. It's an honor, and it's a great honor for me to speak about what the market session will handle. So my name's Katarika Brenda Opus, and I'm the Director Markets and Communications at PASAID. Allow me to share how we are working every day to make Uganda products visible, competitive, and trusted across global markets. Our focus as PASAID is both on the demand and the supply side. So you heard from exporters, and that's the supply side. So now we're going to hear from the demand side. On the demand side, what we do is we position and support trade representatives across priority markets of Uganda, and their roles are about 4. 1, they activate markets, okay? So the trade reps you're going to listen to, one of their major roles is to activate markets. Secondly, our trade reps identify and attract the right buyers, the right distributors, and the right partners. So I want to assure you that the people you will meet, that you will be engaging, are the right people, and be sure to trust them. The third role and objective of our trade reps is to provide real-time information, okay? So if we want to find out something about Nigeria, we will talk to our trade rep in Nigeria. If we want to find out something about China, it's a call away. So they provide that real-time information for us. Then the fourth one is they remove, or they work with us to remove the NTBs, okay? So those are some of the roles of the trade representatives, and that's why we are engaging with them closely. On the supply side, and that's the exporters, some of which you have listened to, we work closely with them to export, process, produce, but also ensure that what we supply meets global expectations. In other words, the right products, consistent quality, food safety, proper packaging, and timely delivery. I'm sure from the testimonies of our exporters, you heard some of these areas properly highlighted. It is this alignment between demand and supply that drives us to ensure we get sustainable export growth. So ladies and gentlemen, the other way that PASAID is trying to get deeper into the market is what we call the Uganda Connect hubs. So the Uganda Connect hubs are key pillars for us to activate the markets, and they are the first physical footprint that we have in strategic markets. So you'll ask me a question, what exactly are the hubs? The Uganda Connect hubs are market entry centers that showcase Ugandan products, provide warehousing, distribution, and support and facilitate sampling and testing of our products, but also demonstrate the kind of quality of our products. They also serve as a permanent contact point for our buyers. So that explains why we are working so hard to make sure that we have these points in the market. And we call this our home abroad. So Uganda Connect hubs are our home abroad. Places where Ugandan brands are visible, accessible, and active every day. And like Chairman says, Uganda Connect hubs are designed to soften supply chains and provide exporters with direct access to buyers. Finally, ladies and gentlemen, why we established these hubs? We created hubs to address a long-standing challenge. Uganda is limited in visibility in some of these markets. The poor physical presence is also key for us, so buyers need assurance. They need to see the product, they need to test it, they need to engage with trade reps and trust that Uganda can supply consistently, okay? So the Uganda Connect hubs are a bridge to this gap. PASAID began the Uganda Connect hubs about 2023, and following the market studies, we have found priority destinations. Today, we have hubs in different places, majorly in Serbia, which is our pioneer in this. Tomorrow we'll be able to see and connect with Serbia, DRC, were almost launching one there and we got issues. Allow me now also to introduce two people who are with us, who are soon opening hubs. I'd like to introduce Joyce. Joyce, kindly stand up and be recognized. Joyce will be opening up a hub in Atlanta. So kindly reach out to her. She's looking for a number of products to start the hub in Atlanta. Then we have Canada in Vancouver. We have Mike Lee. Mike Lee will be our key Uganda Connect operator in Canada. Kindly reach out to him, and he'll be also able to pick up on some of your products for that market. So these hubs are a major footprint for us that we are looking to ensure that we secure Uganda's presence in these different markets. Through the hubs and our market strategy, we have secured a number of contracts. And the future is bright. We are targeting to do 20 to 25 hubs across the world. So I would like to welcome you and engage you to be able to partner with us, to connect Uganda's producers, suppliers to the world, and to ensure that the world looks for quality. And when they look for quality, they find Uganda. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I want to now request that our Nigeria team comes up and speaks to us about the market Nigeria and what they've been up to there, but most especially what they are looking for in Uganda. So put your hands together and welcome our trade rep of Nigeria, Annie Basi Charles. You're very welcome, sir. Thank you. So you'll welcome your team once you're done with your remarks.
Good afternoon. I will ask you all to stand up for a minute and stretch. I know we've eaten, you're getting bored. Honorable Minister, please permit me to disturb you as well. Stretch and, you know, exactly. Please sit down. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. You may all sit, you may all sit. Do we have the slides for me? I'll try and make it short because I know we're trying to redeem the time. Can I have the slides, please? Multimedia. Okay, while we're waiting for the multimedia, okay, perfect. So I'm going to speak on the buyer's perspective and opportunities in the, I think Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement protocols, but particularly for the Nigeria and Ghana markets. Thank you to Uganda for, you know, appointing me your trade rep to Nigeria and Ghana, I think about this time last year. It's been a pleasure. I would say this is now my home in East Africa. So what we're going to do today is just to give you an understanding of this market, what this market is looking for, so that when you are selling into Nigeria or when you're trying to export into Nigeria, you understand our needs so that you then are targeting your exports for that purpose. I'm also going to touch a bit on some of the challenges we've had in the market because some of you, you know, are expecting to have started exporting to Nigeria by now and you haven't, but I'll talk you through that as we go through the presentation. Next slide. So during, I think we'll leave this out. I was meant to have a Slido presentation where we took questions, but I'll take questions at the end. So what do these markets mean? Nigeria is the largest market on the continent. That's just the truth. The only problem we've had is that because of dollar devaluation, we keep struggling. 1 minute South Africa goes back by maybe 10 million, and then Nigeria becomes #1, South Africa becomes #2, but we are the largest economy on the continent. And when you add the fact that we also have Ghana, which is by extension our junior brother in West Africa, you are looking at exporting to principally Anglophone West Africa. So population of Nigeria is 220 million, still expanding. You have Ghana on top of that, which is another 34 million. So you're looking at a combined market of 250 million. There are a bit of nuances in the two markets, and I'm going to speak to you about both. GDP is 244 billion. I think we spoke about the Uganda GDP being about 73 billion. So you can understand the size of that market. Now, most of you know Nigeria as oil, but oil is actually not the biggest part of our national economy. Services is big. The creative economy is large. Telco is very large. And ICT is huge. And these are places that are non-traditional sectors that I don't want Uganda to just think about exporting products. You know, you also need to think about exporting talent. You need to think about attracting investment. I really liked the presentation by UIA because that's what I want to talk to high network Nigerians who are keen in diversifying their portfolio beyond Nigeria. They want to know where to invest in and the kind of sector. So that is something that is very important. When I took on this role, my team and I developed a slogan. The slogan was Buy Uganda, Visit Uganda, and Invest in Uganda. So Buy Uganda means make Ugandan products more accessible. It's not competing with Nigerian products because Nigerians are very sophisticated consumers. We have a wide array of products. So what you're only trying to do in that mix is bring and introduce, where possible, Ugandan products into the mix. Visit Uganda, we travel around the world. Nigerians really travel. In East Africa, we visit Kenya, we visit Tanzania, Rwanda. We go in for conferences, retreat. Even students from schools go to visit these places. But when you mention Uganda, people are not coming. So that's why we said visit Uganda. And Invest Uganda is also very important. So next slide. So what do buyers want? Because I think that's really what you've come to hear. Now, when we look at buyers, we need to understand that the buyers are not just one type of, it's not a homogeneous set. You have different type of buyers. But for the purposes of this, we've split it into the wholesale and the retail buyers. By default, I'll just explain something about myself. Other than being your trade rep, I also sit on the board of ShopRite Nigeria, which is the largest chain in Nigeria. So by default, I understand retail and what we're looking for in retail. So in retail, in terms of product requirements, people want SKUs, a wide range of SKUs. You don't want just having one SKU. You want to have a, just like, I think it was John explaining what you've done with coffee, caramel, hazelnut, etc. So we want to start seeing that. Or talking to Jesse Milk, we want to see different types of, is it the half liter, is it the brick pack? Because depending on which type of shops they go into, then we're marketing to different clientele. In Nigeria, you have the very high network, high end. The high end would spend the same amount of money that you would command in Miami, in New York, or in any leading center in the world. Very high end. And we have, I think we have, in terms of millionaires, in terms of US dollar millionaires, we have probably about 20,000 US dollar millionaires in Nigeria. So it's a big market. But again, on the other end, we have this, the mass market that may not have, the high disposable income, and then you need to tweak and differentiate your products. In Ghana, it's a bit different. The Ghanaian economy is highly dollarized, and they're very open to foreign products, even more than Nigerians. Now, in terms of pricing and margin, this is one thing I've seen when we have a lot of discussions with our exporters out of Uganda. You need to be very flexible because you need to look at it for the long haul. Nigerians, we can be a bit I wouldn't use the word aggressive, but we're very commercial. So if you go into a conversation and you're not, that 2% margin may just strike, may make you lose that deal to a Turkish, provider, exporter. So you need to be very, very on the ball and think about it as a relationship as opposed to transaction. That's how West Africans we think. We are more about relationship over transaction. And that's how you'd see that if someone is your buyer, in Nigeria, don't be surprised if he's inviting you for their daughter's wedding or something of the sort. That is how we are. Quality and standards, very, very important. I would say that our NAFDAC is a bit more advanced and very, very structured. So depending on the type of products, I know we've been talking about coffee for a while, because in some of those areas, you have to almost, because of not gazetting the Africa Free Trade Protocols, you have to almost do what you call a general manufacturer's practice. So what does that mean? I already have a factory in Uganda. I want to export in Nigeria. Then I need to more or less get the NAFDAC team to come and inspect my factory here to give me that certification. What we do as a workaround is, like working with people like us, is then maybe we'll get you initially in what we call a global listing, that you can then kind of do that as a waiver. But that is not going to be a long-term strategy, just to give you a kind of mindset. So the fourth thing, which is very critical, and I tasted some products out there, great. My first question was, what is your in-store capacity? We don't want to ever place orders and then you cannot sustain. You know, when we talk about like ShopRite, we have about 30 stores across Nigeria in huge malls. I'm just giving an example of one. So you don't want to buy sugar or coffee in the first, second, and third month, then suddenly they can't meet that order. So I know some of our producers in Uganda are artisanal, and it's fine. You know, if you're artisanal, then there's a different kind of store you go into. It might be the smaller type and not chain hypermarkets and supermarkets. And it's the same thing too in Ghana. In Ghana, we have Melcom, which is one of the large warehouse hypermarkets. In terms of logistics and documentation, you just have to bear with us. I've seen a lot of people thinking about moving by containers. I know we've agreed with Ugandan. I would want to say that you can start small and then build up on that. Don't always think that your first order has to be a container. Even if you start with a small one and then you build that relationship, and you know, maybe by monthly or quarterly, then you can end up shipping out of Dar es Salaam or Mombasa. But again, work with us, you know, PASAID or the Office of the Trade Rep, or you know, the partner we may have for you locally. In terms of business relationship, very important. I think one thing I must say, and it's a really important and genuine feedback. You know, as I'm saying here, I'm talking as if we are partners. Ugandans, you need to understand Nigerians move like this. So if somebody has sent you an email and you're not responding within 3 or 4 days, they moved on. So you need to be very responsive. That customer service, we're like on the go. Even Ghana is the same thing. We need to be on the go. So, you know, you need samples. You can't ask samples from someone you're buying from, and it's taking like 3 months to get samples. It's impossible. They just move on. Because we cannot effect long-term orders without samples. We must have samples to validate with the standards, with customs and co. If that's not done, you are going to run into problems. So please, one area I must say, whether you're big or small, ensure that you have a dedicated focal contact that is engaging. That customer service, that responsiveness is extremely important. Again, long-term contracts, I think it's better because, like one of the people I brought over, one of the companies, we need to look at things on a long-term basis. Structure your contracts, and you know, don't try to make all the profit out of the first trade. Market adaptation, very, very important. You know, we've had this issue with milk. Some people drink the milk and they're like, oh, we don't like the way the milk tastes. Because in East Africa, fresh milk is part of your diet. Unfortunately, we don't have that luxury. We do have in the northern part of the country, we have a nomadic community, but we've had, because our population is huge, we have all these international milk distributors that bring in, they bring in milk that is reconstituted milk, more or less. So there are people, there's a variety of tastes, like when you look at milk. Some like fresh milk, some are more adjusted to that reconstituted milk. So you find preferences change. So you need to work. You can't just say, I'm going to export a carton or a 3-4 containers. Work with your partner, because that is very important in terms of market acceptability. It may look sometimes that it's taking so long to get into this market, but I want to share something. Many years ago, I was in investment banking. I worked in Royal Bank of Scotland, and when we went to China, we had to deal with Bank of China to go in as a joint venture. You cannot come into Nigeria on your own. You'll be burnt out. So you need to work with the local partner. Be patient, but when it happens, it's going to happen big. And lastly, about innovation. Our market moves so fast. The innovation, you know, like I always tell people when I first went to the United States, I think I was about 7, and I was looking for milk in the counter, and you have so many types. You know, in the US, you don't have one type of milk. You probably have like 50 different caramel, almond, this and that. But it's the same thing about Nigeria. Our taste constantly changes. So whatever product or SKU, you need to think about that value addition. Don't just think about, I'm producing for Uganda. You need to think out of the box. And honestly, it's the same thing with Ghana. Of everything I've said there, what I would only say about Ghana is that the Ghanaians are probably not as commercially as aggressive. They're a bit slower than Nigeria, but so they'll be a bit more nuanced. But with Nigerians, if you don't move on time, you may lose that deal. So next slide. So how do you do business in these two markets, you know, in this structure we have? PASAID would introduce you. In some instances, we've also introduced people to PASAID. Like there was a lady that, Brenda introduced yesterday. She met us at an event in Lagos, and we pushed her back to PASAID. And the Office of the Trade Rep is there, and we're working hand in hand with PASAID. So reach out to us. Where necessary, we put you in contact, and that's really how it would work. And my guys and the team would join the stage in a moment so you know us in more detail. Next slide. So key bottlenecks. I felt it was important to talk about the bottlenecks because it would be very unfair to stand here as if there are no bottlenecks. One of the major bottlenecks has been that government-to-government play. And I want us to understand something. When we're trading in Africa, it's for our shared prosperity. So I don't think it's just about government to government. It's about a shared agenda. The private sector has a role to play. So whether government is unable to click up the linkages when it comes to the Africa Free Trade Protocols, we can continue to trade as before and continue. I mean, it's just that the tariffs would still exist. However, let's keep pushing on that trade. On the government to government, I just had a conversation with the Honorable Minister of State earlier. We've been on several calls with my own Minister of Trade, and I believe it's something we'll be able to crack this year. We need to just, like I've spoken to OR, it's something we need to have a very strategic focus because it's important to have that government-to-government diplomatic conversation, particularly now that AFTA has been gazetted. There are NTBs in the market, absolutely. And I mean, one of them would be, even around standards because it's gazetted, but it's not well communicated and co. But the key thing is working with the local partner, and I think that's really where we come into play. Next slide. So what are the opportunities? I think when we really have AFTA fully implemented, you will find that you might be able to have better margins, and that's going to be one of the best things. But in the interim, we just work with what we have. I guess the other opportunity is harmonization of standards, which will reduce those fees for standardization, which is roughly about $18,000 to $20,000 per product, where we are not using global listing. So on this basis, I'm going to call the rest of my team. I came in with 3 buyers. I'm going to ask Dr. Nazra Ali of Kaldi Africa. Please give her a round of applause. She's going to join us here. Please join us on the stage. They need to know the Nigerian team. Mr. Dominic is head of merchandising at Lani. Mrs. Ijoma Momo, she's coming. No, come on to the stage and sit down. We're going to have a slight conversation. And Brenda, how much time do I have left? 5 minutes? Yes, and we can take questions. Have a seat. Please sit down. And Idong, can you also join us on stage? I'll introduce everybody, and we just ask questions, get some interactive questions from the audience, and go from there. They are shy. Do you believe Nigerians are shy? We are pretending, aren't we? So can we give them a round of applause? So I came with Team Niger. Team Niger enter stage. Now we feel young and well. So starting from Idong, Idong works in my office and supports a lot of the communication with PASAID. I think Idong and Brenda have become best of friends, and the entire team, and a lot of that work is done through Idong, and we can raise conversations around kind of more of the passage after matters through to myself and Idong. Dominic works with Lani Merchandising. He heads that unit, and what Lani Merchandising does, it supplies the HoReCa sector. So the large hotels in Nigeria, the large supermarkets, we supply all sorts of SKUs, some which come from our own. We're a honey packaging unit, but beyond that, there are different SKUs that he supplies. So you should speak to Dominic. I believe one of the key things he's come out for is avocados, ginger, and MD. Is it MD? MD pineapples. Not just any pineapples, MD pineapples. If you have any of those things, those are deals that he can sign with you. On the fact that your price is right. So I mentioned ginger, I mentioned MD pineapples, and avocados. But the exact specification, you could reach out to him. And I think what we're really looking for there is continuous supply, because we have outlets that want this, and this is something we do. We have contracts that are waiting to be, at least quarterly to long term. So he's your man. Maybe just stand up. Let's give him a round of applause. You can sit down. Then I have Dr. Nazra Ali. She's quite shy, pretending to be shy. She's a medical doctor who has turned into our largest coffee roaster in Nigeria. She does a lot of coffee. Her coffee sells all around Nigeria. And at the moment, she has different SKUs. She doesn't just do coffee, they do cookies and, is it coffees and cookies, yeah. And they sell right across the stores in Nigeria. She'll come, maybe Nazra, you tell us, I'll ask some questions about your in-store capacity. But at the moment, Nazra buys from Ethiopia, from Kenya, Rwanda, Cameroon. And I just said, she's actually had flown to do her procurement in Kenya. And I said, you know what, I need you back from Nairobi. So we pulled her from Nairobi to Entebbe. She's willing to procure Uganda because she wants to put Uganda coffee into the SKUs. And I just want to encourage whoever she's talking to that this is a very serious businesswoman. Give her a good price, good quality, she'll close your deal. But she knows coffee. She goes around all around East Africa procuring, so it's not a novice. So deal with her and she'll be able to deal with you. Lastly there, the lady that mentioned Idi Amin yesterday, which was a good poignant point. She was just sharing the perspective, and we should be willing to receive feedback, because feedback allows us to tweak our offering. And I was so happy to hear UIA talk about high-end tourism. When I spoke here last year, one of the things, the first time I was here, not the second time I came last year, one of the things that I spoke about is that our market is extremely sophisticated when it comes to business travel. We don't want to fly from Lagos to come and stay in a budget accommodation. Nigerians don't do that. They want 5-star. They want to be picked up at the airport in a Range Rover, all those kind of things. They want to probably take a chopper to a park, and you'll get the markets. That's the truth. Because at the moment, we have all our people going destination, birthdays in Zanzibar, in Mauritius. So why can't you be part of that market? So don't give us bland. Give us bling 5+ star luxury, and you get the market. IJ is looking at that market. For Travel and Tours, one of the things we're really working on is different kinds of things. One, school tourism. The high-end schools in Nigeria, they roughly charge you about $5,000 for the half-term retreats, and the children go for 5 days into Paris or into South Africa. But they can come here and play with gorillas. So that's the market. We can have people come here for their destination weddings, birthdays, retreats, and things like business retreats is big, very, very big. I was last week in Phuket and Bangkok, and Nigerians are always on the move. So think about that. It's very, very important. Or, I don't know, anyone here from Ugandan Airlines? Is there anyone from Ugandan Airlines? We see when we're having these meetings, Uganda Airlines must be here. We cannot talk about tourism without the connection of how we get here. And one thing I shared, and please take this out and communicate, that you can just have people. When I got in yesterday or day before, there are a lot of transit passengers that just went on. You don't need that. You could have kept them one day in Entebbe, like we do in Doha and Abu Dhabi and Dubai. Just one day, play with the chimpanzees or something, and then they can continue. But you've collected $1,000, you've collected $2,000. That's how you need to think. So UG Airlines must be in these conversations always. Business class is full always from Lagos. So you need to really emphasize on that. So let me ask questions now to my panel, starting from you, Nazra. Nazra, what do you want in coffee here? I think there's a mic next to you. What do you want, if they're affecting you, what do you want, what do you need? Please, I think our mic, can we make sure our mic is on? No, you're not loud enough. Media?
It's working, Abby.
I hope we're not boring you, and I hope this is not turning into a long speech, but I think it's important. Huh?
Okay, I think it's better now.
Yeah. Did you hear my question?
Yes.
What do you want? You want to introduce Ugandan coffee into your range. You have Nigerian coffee in your range. Please send a copy of your product, Nigerian coffee, to OR and the Minister of State so they can drink it. You have Nigerian, you have Cameroon, you have Ethiopia, Rwanda,
yes.
and Kenya. Now you want to add Uganda. So what do you need? Tell us. Quality, price, everything.
Thank you very much. I think I'll be just brief to the point. I've been fortunate to meet a few people who are involved in coffee, quite knowledgeable and resourceful. We, as in Nigeria, we have both Arabica and Robusta coffee. I know a lot of people, when you say Nigeria and coffee, you can't use the two words in a sentence. But it's actually the only West African country that where you can get both Arabica and Robusta. Sadly, I think from the 70s, after the oil boom, a lot of the production went down. So what we are trying to do is trying to encourage more of African coffee to be consumed in Nigeria rather than having a lot of the coffee processed abroad and imported into Nigeria. So more of celebrating our African heritage and enjoying the African coffee. We've been working with Kenyan coffee, Tanzanian, Rwanda, Ethiopia, Cameroon, some from Ghana, Robusta, and we definitely will be happy to integrate the Ugandan coffee. So I've been fortunate to meet Mr. Robert, and we're in discussions, and we look forward to have some Ugandan coffee as early as maybe Q1 next year in Nigeria. Thank you.
Price, so you need him to be very tight on the price, right? And supply. Perfect. And you won't be air-freighting, you'll be going via Mombasa or Dar es Salaam. Sorry, it's good to say this so that you all understand. So Ijoma, from a travel and tours perspective, what do you want? Because you are not coming to sell. They should be selling the market to you. So what do you really want to hear that you're not yet hearing or haven't heard?
It's working. Okay. Yeah. So, what I want to say, or what I want to take back to Nigeria is, first of all, the fact that it's not just about Idi Amin. That there are a lot more going on in Uganda. I also want to take back the fact that, okay, you're ready to receive us to your safaris, to show us your safaris. For our educational tours and stuff, a lot of children, they take a lot of children to Europe and Americas, and they don't get to see anything. Yeah, they take them for leadership programs. If you have leadership programs here to be done, that the children will learn stuff from and then learn the cultures, the African cultures, that would be very, very nice. And then, yeah, with the Ugandan airline, yeah, so that we can have that trip here without with ease. So yeah.
Great stuff. So on Friday we'll be going to Mpiji because I went to Mpiji last year and I had a dance with the lions. So we'll do that. You and I in the lions den.
Yeah. And then yeah, I don't know any other thing. Yeah, because I was talking to Joan. Hi, Joan. Yeah, so I was talking to her, and yeah, what I thought was that, oh, okay, it'd be nice for the children to see the chimpanzees, but I got to learn that, yeah, so there's an age limit. when the children can, not all the children can see the chimpanzees. But then she also told me that there are other places like zoos, but then they are not like caged, but they have, they are still in their natural habitat, but then where children can, so if I can have some of more of that information, yeah, it'd be nice
Brilliant.
to take back.
So so IJ will be working, her company will be working with the Office of the Trade Rep to curate some more immersive experiences, because it's not just about what you have there, it's about tweaking it for this market.
Yeah.
And that's what we're going to do, so that it has an edge over Rwanda and other places.
Yes.
Yeah. So I want to go back, piggyback to you, Dominic. I'm not going to, I know you are just about buying here. What kind of ginger do you want? And what kind of, I think, just maybe talk about the specification of what you want. Ginger, avocados, yeah.
Pineapple, yeah. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Victor. I'm a buyer here. My focus right now is I need pineapple, MD4, cayenne. I need ginger, both local and the premium size, which is the average medium size. And I need avocado, fueto, and has. Actually, I've been talking to 3 prospects here. So my bone of contention is I want to deal directly with the farmers so I can get the best price. I should have a best specification. There are a lot of buyers over there waiting, so I want to get the right price, the CIF price and FOB price. Then also I would love to have samples. So this will really put me at the right position. Then we can just take the discussion forward. So those are the specifications I need in those 3 products.
Thank you very much. So Idong, I'm going to thank you very much. Your head what you said. So lastly, I want to talk about, we've been talking about setting up the hub, UJ Connect hub in Accra and Lagos. We've been a bit slow on Accra because obviously we've just come back from a trade visit to Accra. When was that? I think that was 2 months ago. So hopefully we should be launching those 2 hubs next year. What feedback do you want to share back, in terms of maybe challenges we've had, maybe even in terms of getting samples from back? Just give your own feedback where we need to improve to make these things move. We need to have that West African hub opened in the 1st or 2nd quarter of next year. So what do you think we all need to do? Say it in front of Chairman.
Yes. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, Chairman. So for the hubs, it's been very, very critical. Most especially, we've been having conversations with PASAID. Very, very critical having conversations with PASAID, but it's been some kind of, we've been doing some kind of research, very, very intense research, but we're actually expecting the hub to kickstart. You actually said Q2, I was looking at Q1, and we've gotten a space so far. There's been space, a very, very nice space, and we've shared that with PASAID. PASAID loves that. But one of the challenges we've also had sometimes in terms of maybe funding, sometimes it can actually be an issue, but thank God for Chairman and also Brenda also, which they've actually been helping us with that. And so we're looking at starting at Q2 so much because of the people that we have coming into Nigeria. I was talking with other people because of Dirty December that happens there's something that is called Dirty December. So the numbers that come out from Nigeria, most especially Lagos, for Dirty December, it's as of last year we had up to 500 billion that came out from Dirty December because of people that come into the country, they come to spend, and in December, Lagos is always the very, very most, should I say, the very, very most fun place in Africa. Absolutely. So to have a Ugandan hub in Lagos, it's very, very critical. And there's been so much cooperation also from PASAID, and very big thank you to them. So we're looking at Q2. We're going to set that up.
Thank you very much. So I'll just round up so that we can take short questions and allow DRC come on stage. Other areas that I think are important, seedlings. We're working with one of the state governments, and they're trying to set up coffee plantations. We've had requests for coffee seedlings. In fact, when the gentleman from the Coffee Federation was speaking, I feel maybe there could be an opportunity where we could link with that state governor and create a program that there's a sort of technical, because you guys are doing it, we don't really know much about coffee anymore, let's be real. There could be something around that. That's one area. Flowers is something we would definitely like to do next year. But I think these are the immediate things we should focus on and ensure. What I want to see is that we're actually doing something and not stuck. We want to see that the price is right and we can begin in each of these sectors we've mentioned. In terms of investment, I would like to see more collaboration. I think we need to work better with UIA and private equity funds in Nigeria and VCs. That's where we could really bring some money. Once after elections, we should be able to really roll out some sort of investor roadshow here, because we have people who want to, maybe because even like pension fund, they need to be geographically focused. They can't put all the money in West Africa. They want, some in North, South, and East. And lastly, the creative sector is huge. It's huge. And I just want to encourage Uganda that you need to learn from Big Brother Nigeria. The creative is money, big money. And it was there, I was speaking at an event in Lagos, a Ugandan creative event. And I think that's even where I met one or two people, but that's another area we need to kind of go into. So for next year, I think we'll have roadshows, at least one or two, maybe a visit Ghana, Nigeria here. We will have some more training so that exporters can be trained online to understand the market. We will also try and create a database so you can get newsletters coming out from the Office of the Trade Rep for those two countries. So you get also information as and when it comes. But for this market, I want you to be positive. It's taken a while, but we're going to crack it. Thank you, and if there are questions, please raise your hand. Cheers.
Thank you so much, Annie and the Nigeria team. I'd like to welcome 2 questions for this team. Anybody has a question? There's one? Okay.
Thank you. My name is Kevin, and I'm interested to know about the opportunities in the ICT sector, software, AI, etc., software services. Thank you.
Should I wait? Maybe I should wait for the second one, then I could take it at once.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I had you mention flowers. Sorry, I'd stepped out. I missed that. Flowers. I am representing the Uganda Flowers Exporters Association, the umbrella body of growers and exporters. So I just wanted to, if I missed it out, for you to shed light on the opportunities on flowers in Nigeria or West Africa at large. Thanks.
Thank you very much. I'll just give a bird's eye view, and then we can follow up offline so that, because of time. Flowers are big. We import a lot. A lot comes in from Rotterdam on a daily flight from KLM or Air France. It's a big thing. We use, we do a lot of events in Nigeria. A typical Nigerian wedding is 2,000 people. We're just talking about it yesterday. Funerals, people spend roughly, 100 million is what? About, maybe, in dollars. That'll be about $75,000, for a funeral, minimum, average. We spend a lot of money on these things. Funerals, birthdays, it's crazy. And they're fresh flowers. I'm just trying to give you the power of creative and entertainment in that market. So if someone is talking to you about flowers, don't think about it that you just sent to the UK where they're just buying at Marks & Spencer for $5 or £5. There's a market for your product, and you can talk to anyone on Might, and you can talk to Idong. Now, in terms of ICT and AI, interestingly, within the group, we have a unit on ICT and AI, and we do a lot of work. AI is one of our growth areas. And I would say that for the Nigerian market, we don't even have enough talent. We're always recruiting, even within within Lani Group. We don't have enough talent locally. So I think this is where we can also have talent exported into Nigeria, remote talent that can support the work that is being done in fintech. Maybe that's even a program we could work, because you have a lot of creative youths and that's something that could be done. But it's a massive market. Payments, PAPs, fintech, and even the creative ICT, it's huge. Thank you very much. I think those are the two questions. It would have been nice to speak forever, but you can meet us in the alleyway and in the booths to talk more. Thank you. Let's give a round of applause to the wonderful team.
Yes, a round of applause to the Nigerian team. Thank you so much. Yes, Team Niger, thank you so much. That was really insightful.
Yes, and my Niger brother.
So let's have DRC just give us their presentation. Tomorrow we are going to have a more interactive day. We'll have a full day. We'll be able to ask more questions. We'll also have an opportunity for the day rooms where we can have you meet the buyers one-on-one. So I wanted us to just to listen into DRC so that tomorrow we get straight into other markets. Our trade rep from DRC is Justin Katoto. He'll take us through what the market is looking for. Justin, are your buyers here? Okay, so he will invite the buyers as well that he came around with. Thank you very much.
Did you get my presentation? So I'll give a bit summary about the current trending opportunities in DRC for Uganda exporters. So next. The overview DRC market. As we know, DRC have minimum, let's say 100 million and plus population. So I think for Uganda is one of the best markets in the neighborhood, let's say in the eastern region. It's one of the fast growing consumers, starting from Kinshasa. Like I was saying last time again, Kinshasa itself have 18 million of people, and those 18 million, they are consuming import product from the breakfast to the dinner. So apart from Kinshasa, we have Lubumbashi, Goma, Bukavu. Those are really the big opportunity for Ugandan. Being at the border and not being in the border is really an opportunity. Current trending for the market in DRC, as all of us we know, everyone is saying they are shooting in Congo. But in reality, the shooting is just, let's say 5%, I know the chairman can confirm that one, is 5% of the territory where they're shooting. But those trending from CNN, France 24, is really a marketing. They're afraid for us African, but for real, Chinese, American, and all of them, they're taking advantage of it. Let me give you an example. As per the statistics, last year in DRC market, we've imported so far 45 billion USD. Those are verified statistics. So within those 45 billions, China itself is taking 40%. South Africa, Belgium, and other countries, they are taking those 20%. And for us, if Ugandan can focus only on at least 10% or 5%, because we are neighbor, we can imagine the kind of business we can do between the two countries. So currently in DRC, we have a lot of needs. Not only construction materials. I came with one of the guys here, he's, what is he? Mr. Said. Mr. Said, he's really an example, maybe if he step outside. He's a really example for trade between DRC and Uganda. He's a guy born in Goma, where they are shooting every day. I know the Honorable can testify that's one. How Goma and Bukavu, they are shooting every day. But he shifted to Kinshasa and doing business within the region. Really, apart from real estate, apart from distribution, within the 30 to 40 containers he's importing every day, Uganda is among the last, like usual. I don't know why. Last year I said, most of my friends in Uganda here, they discovered DRC on YouTube and on TV. But I think only 1% or 5% have got that opportunity to step in DRC. Oh, Congo will come, but they never come. But those people who did, we stepped in, I'm sure now they are laughing because they don't want again to move outside. So for now in DRC, we need everything. We are eating Irish potato from Marrakesh in Morocco. We are eating apple from Cape Town. We are eating the pork ribs from Scotland and so on. But I've been in this country. I know how many farmers we have in this Uganda. Why Uganda is not stepping in. Last year, we started the idea of a trade hub in Uganda Connect in DRC. And I'm sure it will be one of the opportunities we're looking for. We tried at the beginning of this year with Masheda. We secured already some contracts with some supermarkets in Kinshasa. We tried Ugandan product, and I can assure you the market is there. We can't compare a fish coming from Namibia or from China in a container with a fish coming from Yalelo here in Jinja. There is no comparison in terms of logistics, in terms of consistency of supplying, in terms of quality. We can't compare. So the only things which we are requesting for our Ugandan exporters is to try the market, to step in the market. The Uganda Connect we are coming in, the concept we are bringing in, where we'll be having the hub. In this hub, we have the cold rooms ready for you to receive. We'll have the dry, the warehouse for the dry product. I think it will boost some of you guys if you are ready to come in the DRC market. So in terms of regulation and consideration, people, they are fearing for nothing because this one will cut all those paper. In DRC, we know we have OCC, DGDA, and those are sector, the same offices we have in Uganda here, URA, and with Uganda Connect, we are planning to deal with the customs. But I know some of people who failed here, they failed because of the customs, and through the Uganda Connect, we've committed to start dealing with those French. I know people are really feeling about French, whatever, but the Uganda Connect is there to support exporters. A small example, I just met someone from roofing here inside. We have Mr. Bobo. Mr. Bobo, who's supposed to be with us, I think he's still on the way. Mr. Bobo have been doing business between Uganda and Congo for more than 30 years now. Every week, he has minimum 500 to 700 tons of construction material from Uganda to Bunia, from Uganda to Beni, from Uganda to Aru, through Toroko, through Aru. Why not other people can try and penetrate the market? The market is there. It's not for Chinese. It's not for Belgium, but it's for us neighbor. We are neighbor. We need to take advantage for that market. So for the future in logistics, I know the big challenge for people who are doing roads is really the logistic, but I know through Uganda and DRC collaboration, people who have been in Butembo last time, they can testify how those services, they are doing our roads. And now we can't have any more challenge for a container leaving Jinja to Butembo. Jinja to Bunia, now is easy. So people are still delaying. You come back in the booth because it's time for you to join this kind of business. Next. So like I've been saying, there is no competition. We can't have a competition between a Chinese and Ugandan on DRC market. Ugandan, they have all the abilities. They have all the advantage to deal with DRC. One, because we have the same language, almost. People from the border, they speak the same language. Two, we have almost the same certification, because UNBS certification is really accepted in DRC. We don't have, there is no counter check again. So once you've certified your product from UNBS, OCC immediately, they adopt it. So we don't have any issue on certifications. Three, we are on the same border. You can drive from wherever in Uganda and be tomorrow morning in Goma, the same day in Bukavu, the same day in Beni, the same day or a day after in Bunia and Aru. So in terms of opportunity, Ugandan, they should be the first, more even than before even Kenyan and Tanzanians, because for now we are seeing like Kenyans, they are more active in DRC than Ugandan. I don't know why, but because Kenyans, they are coming from the sea, and we don't have any border with Kenya. But unfortunately, Kenyans are more speed than Ugandan. So my presentation today is to open more doors again. We are here to support all exporters. We have done it with Biria. I'm very happy I saw Biria there. They've been exporting a lot of maize flour in Goma, now 2 years, and they're still doing very good. I saw Familia, Grain Maize Familia. They've been doing it in Goma as well. I've seen the people from ranchers. Now we can go in some supermarket in Kinshasa, and we have in all the raw, the ranchers' meat, the ranchers' fillet, and so on. So I think it's the right time for us to keep on and push those people who are still in the back. I don't know why you should be complaining and say, we don't have market for our product, we don't have market for our product, while in the neighborhood here, we have 100 and plus million of people importing everything from far. So let's keep brainstorming about this market, which God put on our doors. Next. So recommendations I can give to the business community around is simple. Don't advise to do blend business. Make sure you go through partnership and distributors. So if I came with the crew of people, I don't know where they are now, it's because we are trying to encourage people to make partnership. You can't be in Jinja and think that with your phone call, you can make all your business running. So try to identify the key distributors in all over the DRC. DRC is not only Goma, Bukavu, but DRC is Katanga as well, is Lubumbashi, where for now I can confirm you guys that only within Lubumbashi, 80% of the national budget is sought it's a city where we have minimum 100 billion turnover every month. So it's a huge opportunity, but people didn't exploit it. Last time even I suggest Brenda, for our next business summit, we should organize it even in Lubumbashi, because we need to discover that land where dollar is flowing second by second. And yes, next. Next recommendation. Yes, and in conclusion, what I can say for now, DRC represents the huge, huge opportunity for the region, East African region, and particularly for Uganda. Let's take advantage for this Uganda Connect conception. It's really a huge concept which can help everyone to step in that 100 million plus populations. The market is there. If you've been in China, like Chairman said this morning, China is today what they are because they value their numbers. 1.4 billion, they value it, they secure it. But for us in East African region, we live Lebanese, we live Indian, we live whatever, to take over our own market. So we need to wake up and take our market and value it. So with me, I came with two business people. I don't know where they've gone. I came with Mr. Saidi. Mr. Saidi is a very big business guy. I'm sure business people around will take advantage of his presence. He's active in private jets, in finance, in property development, especially 4 Point, Protea, the new current 5-star in Kinshasa. He's been in distribution with more than 120 shops within DRC in distribution. And not only in DRC, but in Burundi, Kenya, Zimbabwe, Brazzaville, and Dubai. So I hope before the end of this session, we'll have some new contact and people can take advantage of his presence. I came as well with Mr. Bob, who is one of the old guys who have been in construction materials for more than 25 years. I think Mr. Atta, I saw someone from roofings. You must know him very well because they've been buying from roofing, Uganda Cement for more than 20 years, more than 25 years. And I'm sure he didn't come here to joke. He came to crack some deals. So I wish you success. So as after here, everyone can come out with one of the deals. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Justin Katoto. Another round of applause for Justin. So ladies and gentlemen, I think the two buyers that he came with will be able to speak to them tomorrow because we have run out of time, Justin. We may not be able to have this session now with them. But tomorrow we'll have Justin in the deal room with his team, with his buyers, and you'll be able to have one-on-ones. So I think we've really run out of time. Now you can take your seat. Thank you. Do you have questions for Justin? Justin, they have some questions for you. Okay, so let's take 1 or 2 questions for Justin. There are a number of people who seem to want to. Can I have the mics come round? Let's take questions and then we'll be able to wrap up. Can I have the hands up? So there's one behind here. Let's start here. And then we will be able to cross to John.
I greet you all. I want to thank Mr. Johnson.
A bit louder, we can't hear you.
I want to thank Mr. Johnson for presenting. I'm called Kwikriza Amos. I'm an exporter of fruits and vegetable. I've heard about the opportunity in Congo. Myself, a few weeks ago, I'm one of the people who were in Butembo. We have a challenge of people in Congo. You meet them, you talk with them. They look serious when you're with them. But when you reach here, you communicate with them, they don't reply. So that's a very big problem, to be serious. And to other areas, we do not know which people can we meet. Now you have come with the 2 people, but I think there's so many other distributors. We don't want to come to set places for us, for ourselves, but we want people we can deal with, which we don't have opportunity to deal with us. So if you can get us linkage to meet with them, that would be very good. But the communication problem in Congo, you can ask and call, and even you write, they don't communicate again. So that's a very big problem in the side of supplying. So what is the problem? I need to let us know.
Thank you very much for your question. I think, like I said before, Congo being a francophone country, it's not easy for an English person to penetrate the market. Yeah, but we do. First problem is language barrier. Second problem is the behavior. The behavior for a francophone and the English person, as by my experience, they're not the same. So, like when they say, when you go to the bank, they say KYC, know your supplier, know your custom, is very important. First things I will advise, don't do blunt business. You meet someone on the road, and immediately you trust him. It's not advised in a business. So we have many examples. With Brenda, I think 3 years back, we still have the lady who opened eggs in Goma, right? You remember she's been exporting quite containers. And she came to me, Justin, I've met some guy speaking Luganda, Runyankole, French, Lingala. I think he's the best person for me. And immediately she appointed him as a manager for the company. But the question I asked, do you know the person? Yes, he's speaking my language. He must be the best. And definitely after 3 months, she lost 4 containers of eggs. She's been introduced to me by Brenda and Passate team. Yeah, that's called blend business because you don't meet someone for the day one and you trust. Try to build what we call business relationship. Even in China, I've been in China many times. When they see you are speaking English and French, we go to buy trucks. We go to buy trucks in Jinan, and everyone in Jinan is a broker. When you go to Ho, the same trucks those people they are producing, they're telling you is 80,000, 6,000. But when you go to the factory, you still the same truck is 40,000. So someone they want to eat you more than 20,000 in a product because you are a foreigner. So that means most of the time, take your time to know who you are dealing with and be careful in whatever business you are doing. That's why the chairman, to help you guys, the chairman came with this concept, Uganda Connect. Is a great concept which will help business people not lose money. So at least for you, you are lucky because you have already, you go in the US, you will meet Olivier already, has set up some trade hub, where you can come and sit and say, can you help me to do the back check of this person? I want to deal with this guy. Do you know him? Can you have a back check for him before I start doing the business with him? So that's the useful for this concept we are doing here. So as you don't go wrong. So this concept brings you 2 benefits. One, it helps you to save your time. It helps you to do safe business. And as well, it helps you to understand where you are going to do your business. I think you understand what I mean. Thank you very much.
We had one more question from John. John Magni, you had a question for DRC.
So Justin, I'm going to put you on the spot in front of the crowd. When are we sending iced espresso to DR Congo?
Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Mark. My first answer will be, have you been in Congo before?
Oh, yeah.
You've been there before? Oh, yeah. Okay, so if you've been there, I think the next move is to bring the product. Because I don't allow people to do blind business. Understand the market. You know, in DRC, we deal in dollar. But they'll give you $1, $5, $10. When you reach to the border, you need to exchange. So if you think that my product, the value was 1 million, but when you have a small note, you exchange them, you become what? You become 700,000. So who is losing? Because you didn't understand the market you are dealing with. Two, some people, they think I can send my goods and after tomorrow they send me money. The bank system in DRC and the bank system in Uganda, they are not the same. So that's why I always advise people to do the first survey trip, and after that one, we set up as per your need. John, you are welcome to DRC next time, and from there, we can discuss about how to set up your product. Because we have already the contract with most of the supermarkets. Take time to talk with Said. He'll be there tomorrow. He have already some retailer distribution, and maybe you can have already the first start. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Justin. I think that's it for today. We will have more time tomorrow. Tomorrow we'll start early at 9 a.m. So you'll have a lot more time to ask all the questions and to have deeper discussions. So a round of applause for Justin. And I'd like to thank each one of you for your patience, for being able to stay with us this long. It's coming to 6 o'clock, but you've been really patient and you've listened in to all the conversations. So thank you so much. I hope you've been able to discuss business. Tomorrow will be another day of full discussion of business. I think the coffee behind, point behind is still open. Grab a coffee as you exit. So can all stand and we close with a prayer as we exit. Okay, I will pray. Almighty Jesus, we thank you for this day. We know, King of Kings, that this day has been a success, and this is because of who you are. We believe Uganda is going to different levels, and we believe that everybody who has congregated here has a reason to, and we have definitely achievements to make. We pray for Johnny Masses as we all go back, and look forward to tomorrow as a bigger day for each one of us. In your mighty name I pray and believe. Amen. So have a nice evening. Bye-bye for now.